We are now live.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the board meeting, Santa Rosa City Schools Board of Education meeting for November 16th, 2020. And we will stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance together, as usual. I pledge allegiance
Allegiance to the flag of the
United States of America,
and to
and
the
to the republic
for
for
which
which
it stands,
one
one
nation
nation,
under
God,
God,
with liberty
for
and
liberty
justice
and
for all.
justice for all.
liberty and justice for all. All right. So, because I'm used to doing this now, I just like to take a minute to ground us and thank everyone for being here and thank the panelists and the board members and stakeholders and everyone else who's here with us tonight and who will hang in there with us tonight. And I just want to say that I'm getting to visit principals. I'm visiting principals right now. I'm trying to visit all the principals, and a lot of them I visit on site, and it's distance and it's masked, and we're doing a lot of talking and walking, a lot of walking, talking, and so many of you live this every day. The students live it every day. The parents do, the teachers do, the classified staff do, the administrators do. But for me, for those of us who aren't on sites and aren't or many sites, it is two things. It's incredibly sad. It's incredibly sad because you see things lined up for the kids who aren't there, who are going to come pick things up, or for them to drop things off or pick things up. Great things, actually, clay and all kinds of manipulatives besides books. But it's also, there's a sense of gratitude from me and the board that everyone is doing what they can humanly possible to be creative and to be innovative and to keep kids close. And that it's all about keeping kids close. And I saw so many different ways that everybody in our system are trying to keep kids close, and parents are doing the same thing to try to keep kids close to their school. And so that's the humanity among us during a pandemic that none of us have lived through before, ever. And again, it's always about making the path and gratitude again. So let's keep that in mind as we're going through tonight with big things ahead of us, like usual. So the first thing we're going to do is a report of action taken in closed session, and those are two things. There is a OAH case. It's Office of Administrative Hearing case. It's 2020-090459. It was approved by a 7-0 vote in closed session. And also we had also during the closed session in the matter of public employee dismissal release, Government Code Section 54957. The board acted to authorize the superintendent to terminate a classified employee. And that is case number, it was resolution number 2020-21-25. So those two took place during closed session. There are no items to consider for action in open session from closed session, and there are no statements. Are there any statements of abstention from board members tonight? Nope. We do have an adjustment to the agenda. It is item F11, which is a repeat of, Diane, remind me, an E item.
Correct. So we have, yeah, correct.
So we are adjusting F11. We're deleting that one because we're taking care of that during action discussion items. E5.
Correct.
Any other adjustments to the agenda? See no hands, see no one waving. We now get to go to always our favorite thing, presentations for Student of the Month and Certificate and Classified Employees of the Month. And I believe Superintendent Kiradamora, we're asking Director Close. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. So Director Close.
Thank you, President Fong. There is nothing more fun. Everyone will say this, and no one's blowing smoke about it than doing these awards for our students and our staff every month. And I am, it was one of the best first moments as a new board member. And it is definitely something I'm especially happy to do as I round out my service here. So I'm excited to do this tonight. And I do hope that all these students who and staff members who are honored tonight and during this pandemic time are all brought back somehow to do a big, in-person ceremony or something at City Hall one day when we come back together. But with that, I will start, and I'm going to start with Abraham Lincoln, and we'll do the students and then the staff. And that I have an order that was given to me because I assume someone's going to put up a picture. I think that's how we've been doing it. But I'm hoping that if I say someone's name wrong, that someone has the ability to break in and correct me, because I don't want to say anybody's name wrong. And I can't ask you in person this time. So I'm going to start with Abraham Lincoln Elementary School Student of the Month, and that's Wendy Weisar. I think it's Weisar. Or Wiser, but it's Wendy for sure. And
Weisar.
Is that Wendy? Wait,
Weisar, Wendy Weisar.
Wendy. Are we saying Wendy's name right? Are we saying
Weisar.
Weisar?
Weisar.
Oh, Weisar. Thank you, Glenda. Okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you, team. All right. Wendy Gwendolyn Weisar is an extraordinary person. While many of our students are having a difficult time adjusting to distance learning this pandemic, Wendy has figured out a way to stay upbeat. Wendy has attended 100% of all of our Zoom meetings, turned in all homework assignments, and asks questions. She is not afraid to ask for help and will stay behind until all her questions are answered. Wendy is curious by nature. She asks, "What are we doing today?" in the chat feature to let us know that she is ready to learn. Even though a lot of the work is done online, Wendy still brings a notebook and pen to class to take notes on the topic at hand. We were having some technical difficulties with some of our apps, and the person who would inform us was, yes, you guessed it, Wendy. She would let us know if the apps were not working, if she and maybe others were having trouble getting into assignments as new platforms were being introduced. Wendy would ask about them, poke around, and help her peers if they needed guidance. Wendy is making great progress, and with her tenacity and curious mind, I know that Wendy will not only come out of this pandemic successfully, but will bring her classmates along with her. Congratulations, Wendy, for being Student of the Month, Abraham Lincoln Elementary School, Santa Rosa City Schools. You do real clapping, maybe take it off mute for a real clap, some kind of real feel, eh?
Woo!
There we go. Now we're talking. All right. That is very good. Thank you. Thanks for the help there. Hold on. I have to keep toggling back to find the right order. Next is, there's so many files open on my computer right now. I think it's really impressive. They talk about Wendy's, not only how hard she's working, but how she's also just trying to make it better for everybody. Really, chipping in to help with the distance learning, because I know some kids are doing okay and some kids are really struggling. So it's really impressive. So we have our second Wendy of the night. What are the odds of that? But this is our certificated employee of the month from Abraham Lincoln Elementary School, Wendy Snetzinger. Do we have Wendy? Yes, Wendy is here. I don't know if she's coming on live but I know she's here. Oh, there we go. Hi, Wendy.
Hi.
All right. Wendy Snetzinger has been an influential teacher for the past 25 years, the last 10 of which have been at Abraham Lincoln. Wendy is not just an exceptional teacher, yet a teacher who has taught every grade, kindergarten through 6th grade throughout her career. As a teacher, Wendy's dedication is not limited to the bell schedule each day. For the past 2 years, she's also been part of the Advanced Learner Plan and Services, ALPS committee the multi-tiered system of supports, MTSS, and a lead teacher for Abraham Lincoln. In addition, Wendy has been a tutor for the migrant education program for the past 5 years. This does not include all of the other areas she has influenced, such as bringing the gang resistance education and training program to 5th graders at Abraham Lincoln, as well as bringing back student government and spirit weeks to Abraham Lincoln, being an SRTA representative, and being a member of the school site council. When do you sleep, Wendy? I don't know. Wendy is not only dedicated to her instruction with the students, yet also to the relationships she builds with the students at an individual level. As a lead teacher, Wendy's relationships with her students is key when having to counsel or discipline students. Wendy takes the time to listen to students and guide them to make better decisions. Wendy not only gives 100%, but is someone who consistently goes above and beyond. Her positive and friendly demeanor makes working with her enjoyable. Wendy is a team player and collaborates with the entire staff, including the administration. An example of Wendy being a team player was this year when she volunteered to move from 5th grade to 1st grade to prevent numerous other staff members having to shift grade levels. Wendy is flexible and always willing and ready to work tirelessly for the Lincoln staff, students, parents, and community. Wendy Setzinger is a tremendous asset to Abraham Lincoln. Clearly, congratulations, Wendy, being certificated employee. Wow.
Way to go, Wendy.
That is impressive.
Wendy.
Congratulations, Wendy.
Thank
All right, next is
Director Close, we have Martin Cortez next.
yes, Martin Cortez. Sorry, I'm just trying to get the papers up on my computer and I'm a little slower than you. Next, we have Martin Cortez. Is he here?
He is here. He will be coming over in just a second.
There we go. Okay. Hi, Martin. Welcome.
Yeah. Hi.
Okay, Martin Cortez, classified employee of the month for Abraham Lincoln. To say Martin Cortez is the head custodian at Abraham Lincoln does not suffice. Martin is an essential part to the Abraham Lincoln family and community. Martin joined Abraham Lincoln as a head custodian in 2019. Prior to joining Abraham Lincoln, he worked at Montgomery High School. Martin takes pride in his work and anything he does. Martin is constantly seen working on campus and in classrooms, making sure the campus is taken care of, safe, and presentable at all times. He builds relationships with everyone he encounters, staff, students, and parents. He is a role model to everyone and was awarded the Abraham Lincoln Monthly Life Skills Award of Integrity. Wow. Martin is never without a smile, is positive, kind, sincere, energetic, a team player, and willing to go above and beyond every day. He will be the first to lend a hand, open a door, and go the extra mile without even being asked. His pride for Abraham Lincoln is not only seen in his tremendous work, but in how he respects and treats everyone he encounters. Martin Cortez is an amazing employee and well-deserving of this award. Congratulations, Martin, for being classified employee of the month, Santa Rosa Schools, Abraham Lincoln.
Martin.
Yay. It is a really big deal to have an awesome head custodian at a school. It changes everything, sort of the respect that the students have for their campus, and it is really awesome. So that is very cool. All right, next we have Luther Burbank student, Emily Cardenas Galvin. Is Emily with us? There's Emily. Could Emily not join us tonight?
Director Close, she is not present, but we'll be sharing her photo.
Okay, well, we will be reading about her, and hopefully she'll get to see the video. Okay, Emily is a 6th grade student at Luther Burbank Elementary School. Emily's eagerness to learn is a delight to see. Every morning, Emily is one of the first people to log into Zoom for class. She is smiling, headsets on, focused, and ready to learn. Many students struggle with answering questions on Zoom, but Emily speaks up and answers whenever she is called upon. She is a leader when it comes to participation and focused in breakout rooms. Emily has an almost perfect record of work completion. You can see the care and detail she puts into her schoolwork. She asks great questions and will even come to an extra Zoom session to get help with something that might be difficult to understand. She's dedicated to understanding and completing her assignments. Her teachers describe her as a bright, sweet student, one that exhibits kindness at all times, but does not hesitate to let others know when they are doing something they know is not appropriate for school. She works well with classmates and perseveres through challenges. Burbank is very proud of Emily and looks forward to hearing about all the great things we know she will accomplish. Congratulations, Emily, Student of the Month.
Yay.
Yay. Maybe, you know, the good thing maybe about the Zoom is that everything is recorded. We don't usually like really record. I mean, it might be a little bit easier to kind of cut it out, send them a copy. They can watch it many times on repeat for the family. All right. Oh, that's right. I am very proud to read this one. Certificated Employee of the Month, Mariana Maloney. Hello.
Hi, Jen.
So good to see you here.
It's good to see you too.
All right, Mary, and so not surprising to see you here in this award night. Mariana Maloney is a teacher on special assignment at Luther Burbank Elementary School and has been in education for over 24 years. Prior to becoming a teacher on special assignment, she taught kindergarten through 4th grade and served as an instructional coach and a BITSA support provider. Her experiences in education have assisted her in successfully working alongside teachers to support the students at Burbank. When asked what she enjoys most about her role, she indicated that she likes helping teachers with their varying needs, seeing learning progression from KA to 6th grade, and working with students in the different grade levels with a variety of teaching materials. Her love for students and learning is infectious. Ms. Maloney is devoted to her work, has a positive approach to all students, and goes above and beyond to support teachers and their students. She is a lifelong learner and models that for all students and staff, which has been instrumental as we navigate distance learning together. From supporting identified students with targeted interventions to doing home visits, she is extremely committed to supporting positive student outcomes. Burbank appreciates Ms. Maloney's outstanding commitment to serving our school community and congratulates her on this recognition. Congratulations, Mariana. Certificated Employee of the Month.
Congratulations.
Really exciting. Thank you. Okay. Next, Ernesto Sanchez.
And Director Close, Ernesto is not present, but we will be sharing his photo.
All right. I'm glad we got the photos. Okay. Ernesto Sanchez is an instructional assistant at Burbank who serves both special education and English learners. He has been part of the Burbank school community for over 36 years. Mr. Sanchez strives to create an environment where students feel welcomed, connected, and valued. He is extremely dedicated and passionate about his work. Students gravitate towards him and appreciate his humor and kindness. Mr. Sanchez is a role model for students and brings out the best in every kid. He is authentic and approaches each day as a gift, focusing on the positive, all the things he is thankful for, and what he can do to best serve students and families at Burbank. In addition to his role at Burbank, he teaches a community outreach ESL class and a grammar class through the Adult Literacy Program of Sonoma County. Mr. Sanchez also wanted to thank Ms. Pena, the RSP teacher, who he has worked alongside for 16 years for all of the support she's provided him. Burbank is proud to have Mr. Sanchez as part of the Burbank staff and is thankful for all the support he provides to students, staff, and families every day. Congratulations, Ernesto Sanchez.
Yay.
Congratulations. 36 years. That's amazing.
36 years.
Amazing.
That's impressive, huh? That's a long time. Okay, oh geez. Oh, yes, this is the other person I had a name question about. It's who I guess he cannot be here, Jose Castaneda Secalde. Maybe
Castañeda Secalde.
Castaneda Secalde. Thank you, Omar. Okay, it is Ridgeway's pleasure to honor Jose as our Student of the Month. Jose came to Ridgeway feeling defeated, extremely deficient in credits, and his counselor made him a special plea to take on a chance. Made a special plea to take a chance on Jose. Ridgeway did, and now there's no stopping Jose. Distance learning is really working for Jose. He attends on a regular basis, he completes his work, and is a joy to have in class. Jose shows up to class with a smile on his face. He always is friendly and polite. Jose is conscientious about his work and tries his best on every assignment. Jose just started Ridgeway this fall, and he has been on step 3 for the entire year so far. He represents the Teal House, demonstrating a ton of school spirit. He even helped us coin a new name, the Teal T-Rexes, a combination of tiger and T-Rex. This came about when he brought a teal T-Rex to our house meeting. We were formerly called the Teal Tigers. Always showing school spirit, he scared us all on Halloween with a spooky mask. Jose is far from scary on his normal days. He likes to make many people laugh. We are so lucky to have Jose in our Ridgeway family. Jose, we are so very proud of you. Congratulations, Jose, Student of the Month, Ridgeway High School.
Woo!
All right, I think that is it, Director Close.
No, we have 2 more staff members.
Excuse me.
Ridgeway, we're almost done. We have Certificated Employee of the Month from Ridgeway, Casey Cunningham.
Hello.
And there he is.
Hi.
Hi, Casey.
Hello.
Casey Cunningham has been a teacher at Ridgeway High School for 13 years. During that time, he has taught a variety of classes, including math, personal finance, cyber high, and physical education. In addition to teaching, Casey is also the advisor to 30 students responsible for helping them navigate Ridgeway, be successful, and either graduate from Ridgeway or return to their previous schools. Casey is always willing to step up when necessary, working on a district-wide alternative education committee, creating a video to celebrate the unusual 2020 graduation, and working on developing videos to explain the uniqueness that is Ridgeway to various audiences. Casey takes staff concerns to the administrator under whom he has worked, and he has coached softball, basketball, and volleyball teams. Casey coordinates basketball tournaments between the nearby continuation schools teams and arranged for the opportunity for Ridgeway kids to attend professional basketball games, even arranging for the kids to play on the court during halftime at a Golden State Warriors game. That's awesome. In the current environment, Casey is working on a project to help raise the graduation rate by bridging the gap between the comprehensive schools and Ridgeway, to share information and build better communication to help students get referred to Ridgeway in the proper time to be able to make up credits and graduate with their cohort. He is also working to develop an alternative schedule to help Ridgeway students who are struggling with distance learning. Perhaps most difficult of all, Casey became our WASC coordinator during the most recent cycle after authoring the midterm visit report for the previous cycle. Ridgeway is fortunate to have Casey as an important member of our school staff. Indeed, congratulations, Casey.
Thank you. Congratulations. Woo!
All right, last but not least, we have our classified Employee of the Month from Ridgeway, Marilyn Hurtado. And there's Marilyn. All right. Ridgeway High School has so many classified staff that are amazing, but tonight we would like to honor Marilyn Hurtado. She became the Ridgeway attendance technician in January 2018. It was apparent that Marilyn was immediately able to handle a difficult, multifaceted position. She not only had to keep track of daily student attendance, but she also supported teachers and students with grace and patience when met with a difficult situation. Marilyn is bilingual and never hesitated to help when staff members needed assistance with attendance, locating a student, or making a phone call home for an advisor for our Spanish-speaking families. In January 2020, Marilyn was promoted to our registrar. This is a complex and demanding position due to enrolling new students every 3 weeks. Marilyn is responsible for enrolling the students in our school, contacting their previous school, requesting and collecting the students' cumulative records and drop grades, and then updating their transcripts. This could be adding upwards of 350 new students each year. In addition, students may require a schedule change, and they are able to do this every 3 weeks on an as-needed basis. This can be 70 to 80 schedule changes every 3 weeks. The tasks of the registrar at Ridgeway is too numerous to list, as Ridgeway is a unique school with many demands. Marilyn has gone above and beyond recently in regards to the registrar position. She has stepped up and has demonstrated courage, compassion, and tenacity. Although soft-spoken and reserved, Marilyn makes it a point to welcome every student, family, and staff member each morning with a smile. She is able to maintain a high degree of attention to detail and accuracy in her record keeping amidst the controlled chaos in the front office. Marilyn is an outstanding employee who is able to multitask efficiently and effectively in the attendance department. She is self-motivated and a team player that is much appreciated. She takes great pride in her work and is beloved by all. She has been an excellent addition to the Ridgeway staff and is proud to have her honored as Ridgeway Classified Staff of the Month. Congratulations, Marilyn.
Congratulations.
That sounds like a tough job you have. All right, thank you for letting me do that. That was fun. That's pretty impressive, our students and staff.
Congratulations to everybody. Well deserved, and it was nice to see your face. And we now have school site parent organization updates from Lincoln and Burbank. I'm not sure about Ridgeway, probably Lincoln and Burbank tonight. So, Superintendent?
Adina, go ahead and let's bring the first parent.
Yes, I will be bringing over Maria Rodriguez, and Patty Cruz will be interpreting on her behalf.
Great.
Ok, Mireya, ¿puedo empezar? Mireya, ¿puedes empezar?
Mireya, no la escuchamos. Perfecto, ya se escucha.
Okay. Muy buenas noches. Doctora Katimura y miembros de la mesa directiva de la Escuela de la Ciudad de Santa Rosa. Soy Mireya Rodríguez, represento a los padres de la Escuela Abraham Lincoln y soy la vicepresidenta del PFO.
Good night, Dr. Kitamura and members of the board of Santa Rosa City Schools. I am Mireya Rodriguez. I represent the parents of Abraham Lincoln School. I am the vice president of the PFO.
Antes de empezar, los padres de Lincoln felicitamos a la doctora Kitamura por el reconocimiento que acaba de recibir. Nos sentimos muy halagados de que haya sido elegida para recibir este galardón.
Before I start, Lincoln parents congratulate Dr. Kitamura for the recognition she just received. We are very flattered that you have been chosen to receive this award.
Gracias.
Desafortunadamente, debido a la pandemia de COVID-19, nuestro comité tuvo que suspender las actividades y eventos planeados para terminar el año escolar 2019-2020. Sin embargo, nuestro entusiasmo y colaboración sigue con todo el personal de Lincoln. Los días miércoles somos voluntarias para distribuir la despensa del banco de comida del Redwood Empire. Seguimos teniendo nuestras juntas mensuales con nuestra directora Wilson por medio de Zoom.
Unfortunately, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, our committee has to suspend the activities and event planned to end the 2019-2020 school year. However, our enthusiasm and collaboration continue with all the Lincoln staff. On Wednesday, we are volunteers for the Redwood Empire Food Pantry distribution. We continue to have our monthly meetings with our principal, Dr. Wilson, through Zoom.
Adaptándonos a lo que se puede hacer, tuvimos un desfile de carros para Halloween. Fue muy gratificante ver a nuestros niños en sus disfraces y muy entusiasmados por recibir un snack y dulces. También realizamos un concurso de disfraces. Los estudiantes mandaron sus fotos a Dr. Wilson y a Miss Cruz y se premió la princesa más bonita, el mejor superhéroe, el mejor disfraz hecho en casa. Estamos trabajando en la planeación de un evento similar para el mes de diciembre, siguiendo el protocolo marcado por el coordinador del COVID y el Departamento de Salud.
Adapting to what can be done, we have a car parade for Halloween. It was very gratifying to see our children in their costume and very excited to receive a snack and candy. We also hold a costume contest. The students send their pictures to Dr. Wilson and Mrs. Cruz, and they were awarded the most beautiful princess, the best superhero, and the best homemade costume. We are working on planning a similar event for the month of December.
Esperamos que cuando podamos regresar físicamente a la escuela, podamos ofrecer otros eventos porque trabajamos juntos, podemos hacer mucho más. Y también quiero felicitar por parte de la comité del PFO a Martín y a la maestra Wendy Snack-Singer.
Also, our PFO congratulate Martin and our teacher, Mrs. Snack-Singer.
Muchas gracias y buenas noches.
Okay, wait, Adina, don't put her back yet. Señora Rodriguez, is that your son? Your son was helping you?
Mireya,
Mande.
Angelito, ¿Ángel le está ayudando?
Sí.
Who's his teacher?
¿Quién es su maestra?
Va en el salón, va en el grado 8, está en Santa Rosa Middle School. No sé quién es su maestra de él.
He's in that grade. He has many teachers. He's in Santa Rosa Middle School.
We're going to tell his teachers what a good job he did helping you with Zoom.
Le vamos a decir a los maestros de Ángel qué bueno es él para poder ayudarle en el Zoom.
Good job, Ángel. Good
job.
Angel. Eres un buen maestro.
Yeah, we embarrassed him.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations, Dr. Kitamura.
Thank you, Patty. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
This time, could the parent who's representing Luther Burbank Elementary please raise your hand? Click the raise hand button. Thank you.
You're on mute.
Could you please unmute your sound?
Good evening, everybody, members of the board and superintendent. Sorry, could I do it in Spanish instead? I got a little confused on some words.
Sí, claro.
Yes.
Buenas tardes, miembros del board escolar y superintendente Kitamura. Mi nombre es Brenda Martínez y yo soy la presidenta de Luther Burbank Elementary School. Soy la presidenta del club de padres.
So good evening. I'm sorry, ¿puede repetir su nombre? Brenda Martinez?
Sí.
Okay, my name is Brenda Martinez and I am representing the Parent Association at Luther Burbank Elementary.
Este año ha sido un año bastante difícil dado al COVID-19, pero gracias a nuestros maestros y miembros del staff por su apoyo hemos podido proveer a las familias durante este tiempo de aprendizaje a distancia.
This has been a really hard year because of the pandemic, but we are really grateful to the staff and to the teachers at Luther Burbank that we've been able to provide a very positive experience for learning during this time.
All the staff, todos los miembros de la escuela han sido bastante, han ayudado muchísimo a los estudiantes con los Chromebooks y con todos los útiles escolares y apoyo a las familias para navegar las aplicaciones diferentes de aprendizaje para los estudiantes.
All of the staff have been really helpful in providing things like Chromebooks and other tools to help to help students and families during this time with learning. Everybody's been very helpful.
Aunque no estamos en escuela personalmente, todos los maestros y los papás que estamos al pendiente, hemos estado muy al pendiente de uno de otros para poder ayudarnos entre sí mismos.
Even though we haven't been in school together personally or in person, we've still been very connected with each other, all of the staff and all the parents, to make sure that we're on top of what's happening at school every day.
El mes pasado, el mes de octubre, tuvimos un drive-thru de Halloween. Hicimos una pequeña fiesta para celebrar con nuestros pequeños y nuestras familias.
The last month we had a drive-through Halloween party to do a small gathering with our kids and the little ones especially for Halloween.
Fue bastante divertido hacer algo seguro de forma de distancia, al mismo tiempo seguro con los niños y la comunidad y especialmente los maestros que hicieron un gran trabajo con ellos.
It was really gratifying to be able to do something that was safe and secure and in compliance with everything that we need to be doing right now during COVID. And it was especially wonderful to see all of the work that the teachers did to support this kind of gathering.
Nuestros hijos se disfrazaron de diferentes costumes y se la pasaron muy, muy divertidos y nada no regresar a casa.
All of the kids dressed up in different costumes and they had a really good time. Nobody wanted to go home.
La semana pasada también tuvimos nuestro primer webinar de ¿cómo se llama? Junta de padres con los maestros y se enfocó mucho en los estudiantes, en el bienestar de ellos en casa, ahora que están lejos de escuela.
So last week we had our first webinar, our first kind of parent-teacher webinar, and we really focused on the well-being of kids, especially their mental health and how they are doing during this time.
Tuvimos a nuestros consejeros escolares, también terapeutas y especialistas como salud mental, porque ahorita lo que está pasando, que muchos niños están deprimiendo o se están estresando mucho. So, tuvimos a alguien que pudo darles su apoyo si lo ocupaban, podían comunicarse con ellos.
So we had lots of people there to support kids through challenges with mental health, through depression and kind of feeling that they're sliding back. So we had counselors and therapists and people who are there to support our kids.
So, le agradecemos muchísimo a todos los maestros y especialistas que estuvieron con nosotros para a proveer apoyo a las familias y a los alumnos en sí, porque son los que más los necesitan en estos momentos.
We're really grateful to the people, to the counselors, and to the specialists that came to provide this kind of support to families and students during this time, especially those who need additional support for mental health. Thank you.
Nos dieron muchas armas como poder ayudar a nuestros hijos para que den lo mejor de ellos, especialmente académicamente y emocionalmente durante estos tiempos tan difíciles.
They armed us with a lot of new tools to make sure that our kids are supported, not only academically, but also emotionally during this time.
Estamos emocionados para la siguiente junta de padres con educación hacia los papás y hacia los niños en las siguientes noches del año escolar.
We're really looking forward to the next meeting of parents and teachers together, focused on kids, coming up and making sure that we're all doing well for this next school year.
Estamos muy orgullosos de todo el trabajo que nuestro equipo de la escuela, maestros y todos los miembros del trabajo que hacen en la escuela y fuera de la escuela nos han proveído, que han sido una gran ayuda para todos los papás y niños también.
We're really proud of everybody in our school and all of the work that they do during school and outside of school to make sure that they're providing everything that they can for our kids and for our parents to together be successful in school.
Apreciamos gratuitamente muchísimo todo el apoyo que el distrito escolar nos provee y nos seguirá proveyendo hasta el futuro, si Dios lo quiere.
We're really grateful for all of the support that the district has provided for students during this time and going forward into the future.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you very much. Excellent. Do we have any other parent organization reports?
That's all this evening.
All right, thank you. It is time for public comment on non-agenda items. And given that we have anticipated a lot of public comment on some other things coming up for a discussion, I'm going to limit these comments to 2 minutes each tonight. Moderator, public comment is open.
Thank you, President Fong. So if you would like to comment on a non-agenda item, please click raise hand at the bottom of your screen. We'll let you know when it's your turn to speak. Please keep your comments in the time allotted, 2 minutes, and we'll have a timer, which will help you keep track. And our first public comment on a non-agenda item is Micah Carlin Goldberg.
Good evening. My name is Micah Carlin Goldberg. I'm an ed tech teacher on special assignment for SRCS. Can SRCS please be transparent and promptly notify the community of the direct impact of COVID on our teachers and students and staff? The California Department of Public Health Schools Fact says schools should maintain communication systems that allow staff and families to self-report symptoms and receive prompt notification of exposures while maintaining confidentiality as required by law. In addition, local public health department will notify the school administration if a case and contact investigation reveals exposure at a school site. Has SRCS been notified of any exposures by county health? According to Sonoma County COVID dashboard, there are 1,285 confirmed cases for 5 to 17-year-olds, as well as 75 people list education as their employment. Some of them are our people. When can we, I understand that we recently hired a COVID coordinator. When can we expect them to begin publishing notices of exposures impacting our sites? My understanding is that there have been exposures among some of our daycare programs and staff working on campus. Regarding privacy, Department of Health, US Department of Health says that FERPA, not HIPAA applies. And according to Department of Ed, FERPA and COVID FAC The question, if an educational agency or institution learns that a student in attendance at the school is out sick due to COVID, may it disclose the information about the student's illness without prior written consent? The answer is, it depends, but generally, yes, it can be disclosed to the community so long as the information is in a non-personally identifiable form. So FERPA does not prevent sharing this information. Nothing in FERPA prevents schools from telling parents and students that a teacher, staff, or school official has COVID because FERPA does not apply. Indeed, California Department of Health guidance says schools should document and track incidents of possible exposure and notify local health officials, staff, and families immediately of any exposure to a positive case of COVID while at school while maintaining confidentiality. I ask that SRCS choose to be transparent and promptly notify the community of the direct impact of COVID on our students and staff. If you'd like to see my sources, I'm happy to send them to you. Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't looking at the screen. I didn't see the timer.
Thank you.
Next comment is from John Richardson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Want to read a review of White Fragility, current bestseller. The review is by the person who wrote the book I Can't Breathe, which is about Eric Garner. And just to get a sense of where the author is coming from, I'll read something from his book. In life, Eric Garner had driven everyone crazy, friends and foes alike, with his stubbornness and refusal to give in even the smallest argument. He also had the longest of long memories. If you even once tried to beat him for 50 cents, he never forgot it. These qualities were now reborn in his daughter's quest for answers and justice following his murder. Erica would need them for the harrowing and frustrating journey she was about to take through the city's tortuous criminal justice bureaucracy, which is designed to push her to do what she couldn't do, forget. Just a quick excerpt from his review of White Fragility. He says, have the people hyping this impressively crazy book actually read it? I'm going to do a word substitution here. He uses the S word. D'Angelo isn't the first person to make a buck pushing tricked up pseudo-intellectual horse poop as corporate wisdom, but she might be the first to do it selling Hitlerian race theory. White Fragility has a simple message. There's no such thing as a universal human experience, and we are defined not by our individual personalities or moral choices, but only by our racial category. So thank you.
Thank you. Next is Amber Robinson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Amber Robinson, and I currently am a staff member. I am actually lead childcare at one of our sites. And I'm just calling as more of a frustration and a concern as far as our classified staff and the inequity in our district. I know that our staff has been put under a lot more stress this year, all the way across the board. However, I feel as though our classified staff has been put under a little extra strain for my staff. We are the only ones with children on site. We are trying to help them through their days. You know, they only have so much Zoom time with their teachers, and all the other time, you know, we're having to help assist them. And we're the ones, you know, kind of with our feet on the ground, working hard. And, you know, our custodians are there on smoke days when everyone else is, you know, made to stay home. They're there, they're working, they're cleaning. Our office managers are having to help, you know, pick up the slack, you know, all these transitions and distance learning. Our yard duties are now doing, you know, work for the teachers, and everybody's stepping up and everybody's really helping. However, we still aren't making a livable wage. My staff members who are working with kids on site are only making $13 an hour. They can work anywhere else in Santa Rosa for 15. How is this fair? I feel as though we need to take a step back and look and really gauge how important our employees are, and really, you know, take in how important and what we really need to do to honor them. So that's all I really have to say tonight. And, thank you, board, for hearing me.
Thank you. And a reminder, this is a public comment on non-agenda items. Raise your hand if you'd like to comment. And if you did call in on a phone, you can push *9 to raise your hand. Next is Robert Johns.
Hi, my name is Robert Johns. I'm a school psychologist with the district's preschool program. I wanted to hop on to thank the district for creating the efficient application system that has allowed our team to set up small group in-person opportunities. Our program has started small with in-person assessment and has had a lot of success. I asked parents about their experience and they reported feeling safe and appreciated the opportunity. This small step has helped us develop better relationships with our incoming 2-year-olds and their families. Our new students will now be able to recognize the faces on the screen as actual people. We feel incredibly safe and supported by the district and our amazing administrators, Janelle Plack and Amber Williams. They made sure that all safety precautions outlined in the MOU were put in place. I feel confident that we can move forward with more opportunities for in-person service delivery while keeping ourselves, our students, and our families healthy. Thank you.
Thank you. And next is Maura Ryan.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. I just don't want to take much time. Sounds like a long night, but I want to take a brief moment just to express deep gratitude to the district for being visionary and stepping forward with a change of philosophy and perspective with restorative practices. I just really see such benefit in that process, and I am deeply personally grateful for your support of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And President Fong, there are no more hands raised for public comment.
Thank you, everyone who spoke during public comment. Thank you, Beth. It's time for reports. And do we have a CSCA Chapter 75 report tonight?
There will be no report this evening.
Thank you. And do we have an SRTA report from President Lyon?
I believe so.
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me loud and clear? Oh, good. That's $5 to stay right in my pocket. Good evening, President Fong, Dr. Kitamura, members of the board, and members of the community. I'm Will Lyon. I'm the president of Santa Rosa Teachers Association, representing about 900 members in our school district. Got a couple of items here I want to tick off. First, Dr. Kitamura, SOTA would like to congratulate you for earning the Per J. Keisel Memorial Distinguished Service Award. I understand that's something like Teacher of the Year for superintendents for the state of California. There are 1,000 approximately districts in the state of California, and they have chosen excellently to give you the award. There was also a nice article in the Press Democrat with well-deserved praise about Diane Kitamura's leadership at the SCO level and at the task force level to help not just Santa Rosa City School students, but the whole county get a handle on things that we need to do better in the COVID crisis. I'll repeat what I said to the reporter, that Dr. Kitamura is excellent in a crisis. And she is the SCO task force as an example. But I'll also add that this is more than, at this point, we're beyond crisis management. I believe that if the virus ended tomorrow, we would still be in our best labor management relationship than anybody can ever remember. And there've been some of us been around an awful long time. And that has an awful lot to do with your leadership, Dr. Kitamura. So thank you for that. Thank you for your strength and your vulnerability. Thank you for pivoting and also for holding your ground. And thank you for all the work that you do for students and staff and our community. Clap now if you want, or snap. Do what you like,
Thank
but
you. Thank
she
you.
deserves a snap at least. She deserves a whole lot more, but we'll continue the report. We also want to wish, SRTA wants to wish a warm welcome to Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, Anna Trunell. We love you already. We already missed you, and we are excited that you are here. You have, I'm sure you know, picked up a heavy rock by coming to us now in the middle of a crisis with so many things happening. We know that in order to return to schools, part of that is going to be a huge HR project. We also know that CSEA and SRTA are this year in labor management negotiations. You may know that CSEA, our lowest paid employees are 14% below the city minimum wage. So we know that that's a heavy rock. We have to address that. SRTA is enjoying a 4% raise this year, but we estimate that we're still about 14% below the state average. So those are heavy rocks. I'll give one more example. If you haven't heard of it yet, we are this year transitioning from Kaiser only. There's a long story. We should tell you it after over coffee. But we currently have only Kaiser, and we're transitioning to CalPERS, which will offer, I believe it's seven or nine different plans. It's going to save us money. It's going to solve a problem we've been working on for a long time. And that's going to be on your plate, as well as every other job that's on every other assistant superintendent of human resources plate, pre-COVID teaching and learning. And I just want you to know that I personally and SRTA, we're here to help you carry that rock. We've worked really hard. I'll say the last year, but I think it's been more than that. For sure, the last year. We've been working really hard in this district to mend some fences and repair relationships and build policies and procedures that are serving us well now. And we invite you to join us with that. And we're glad that you are here. And I think I'll leave it there. I'm gonna, with President Fong's permission, reserve my comments on the return to school plan for when we get to the agenda item. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Lyon. Superintendent Kitamura.
Thank you. I'm actually going to not do a report tonight. How about that? Because most of my comments are going to come during the return to school plan. So we can move forward.
And I have no report tonight, except for, again, to thank the principals who've been meeting with me, and the rest of you will be meeting this coming week. And again, thank you for showing me all the incredible things you are doing and that your staffs are doing to stay close to kids and to provide for kids. Incredible. Director Close, do you have a CSBA report? No. Okay. I will say that CSBA, in light of, they were going to be pursuing whole districts harmless for COVID, and they're also pursuing full and fair funding. Again, resources for schools. So that's coming up in the next couple of years. They're gearing up to continue to work on this, advocating for schools. Director Close.
Yeah, I will just say this, that is true. And there, that waiver, the indemnification legislation they've been working very hard on, and that's really important for us to go back to school, and the full and fair funding, particularly in light of the election results. But what I wanted to say is that I have been serving, on the legislative committee, and that is a really important committee on CSBA, and gives us lots of insight and a voice in what CSBA does. And it's an important lobbying organization for us. And so I won't be doing that anymore. And so I would, anyone on the board who is interested in maybe pursuing that, let me know and I'll see. There are a couple of different processes to getting that position, but I'll see what that process is and what's the best way to follow if someone wants to do that. But it would be great if someone from our board could continue to serve, and maybe someone who has really good experience in state government, like perhaps Vice President Sheffield. See, he's smiling already, knowing he's coming up in that would be a good fit. But anyone really from our board would be good. So just let me know.
You know, I will take a second to just give another shout out to Ed Burke, our Child Nutrition Services Director. Incredible food giveaway. Different sites every single day, different sites. I was at the one at Brook Hill, and they are there staffing it with 2 of the Child Nutrition Services employees who volunteered to staff. They're paid, and they go out there 3 times a day. So 3 times a day at Brook Hill on one day, and then 3 times a day at another site and another site. So they're covered. And so that we can make sure that we get families either morning when they can come, or noon when they can come, or after they can come. So it's all the way up until 6 p.m. And they're giving away full grocery bags of meals, 5 meals in a grocery bag for a child. So any child, 18 or under, anyone can go get a bag of food. We're feeding so many people, and I'm very proud. And I know that Director Burke is working very hard. So thank you. And Diane updates the board all the time on how many meals we're serving, and it's just astronomical. And the need, it's outstanding. It's shocking, actually. But I'm glad we're doing this as part of wellness and part of taking care of people and helping to keep them close. All right. I'm wondering how our translator Dan is doing. Okay, I think he's okay. We are now moving on to our EAT items, our discussion and action items. And the first one is going to be a discussion on the Middle School Boundary Committee update. And after this item, we are going to take a break. So our poor translator can take a break as well. So we'll do this whole item and then we'll take a break. So it's open for discussion, and I'm going to turn this over to Superintendent Kitamura.
Thank you, President Fong. I'm very grateful for the committee that has come together in this first steps of the middle school boundary committees. Just a reminder that the purpose of this is to of this committee was to look at various maps as we require a middle school for the area in which Cook was before, as we work to merge Cook into CCLA. So we wanted to be sure that our secondary students had a school to go to if they decided not to attend CCLA, that was the main focus. And Rick and Milton Foster and Larry Furchaw will be here to answer any questions and discuss further. They'll have a presentation at first. And so with that, I will turn it over to Deputy Superintendent Rick Edson.
Good evening. Thank you, Superintendent Kitamura, members of the board. Good evening. I'll just touch briefly on what Dr. Kitamura said. We originally started this process as looking at middle and high school boundaries as a whole. And that's what we presented to the board in August, if you'll recall. We then came back in September after we refined and decided to break this into 2 phases. Phase 1 being the reasons that Dr. Kitamura described with the merging of CCLA and Cook Middle School, creating a neighborhood school boundary for those students. And then breaking phase 2 into looking at middle and high school boundaries as a whole throughout the district. The first phase is scheduled to go through January. Tonight's the board update in preparation for community meeting forums that will occur in early December, followed by another committee meeting, and then bringing that to the board for consideration of a formal recommendation in January. At that point, when that is decided, we'll then transition this committee into the larger middle school and high school boundary committee, where we'll look at all of our school boundaries, including, and not to be left out, our elementary schools as well. That process will convene sometime around February 2021 with an expected recommendation to the board in October of 2021, knowing that what we're going to have to do with that committee is much greater than what we're trying to do with this committee, impacting more, potentially impacting more schools and more students. So really what we're doing with this first phase, or the middle school boundary committee, we're not moving boundaries, the existing boundaries where students live now. We're expanding boundaries, or looking at the potential of expanding boundaries for 3 middle schools to accommodate those students in the Cook Middle School of residence or attendance area. The next phase, just to reiterate, we'll touch on potentially moving boundaries or reassigning, but we're not at that phase yet. Tonight, joining me, as Dr. Kitamura mentioned, is Larry Furchaw. Milton Foster will not be here tonight. Larry Furchaw is our demographer with Cooperative Strategies, who has been with us through this process at the meetings, providing the sample maps, and then addressing the questions, concerns, ideas from our committee members, and incorporating those into additional maps that were presented to the committee that he'll go over in just a couple of minutes. I will say that starting this, a huge thank you to the committee that went through this. Approximately 31 members, and I think at any given meeting, I know there was only 3 of them, there was no more than 1 or maybe 2 absent at any time because conflicts arose. So the work that they put in, and really the questions, the feedback, the ideas was awesome. And it made the job a lot easier as Larry and I worked on additional plans and taking their questions, inputs, and concerns, and formulating those into ideas that we could present through this process. There is a slide in the presentation that will acknowledge all the members of the committee, but as we start this, I just wanted to say thank you if you, any of you are out there listening. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Furchaw so we can go through the presentation and then answer any questions at the end of it. Larry.
Thanks, Mr. Edson and Dr. Kitamura, members of the board. I'm just going to share my screen with the presentation. Good to see everybody again. A lot of what I have to start with are things that we've already talked about tonight. So just to kind of go over the outline, just a little bit of the review of the process and the data that we used, the scenarios that were considered, what the committee is recommending, and then time for questions. Mr. Edson's gone over this. Something we just reiterated with the committee throughout was the 2-phase process to this, with the interim middle school boundaries being the reallocation of the Cook Middle School boundaries to new neighborhood boundaries being this process, which we would wrap up by January, with then the larger review process starting in February to complete that by within a year from now, so that we have those that larger look at attendance boundaries taken care of in that longer timeline. This is the first slide where we talk about the members of the phase 1 attendance boundary committee. So you can see, just based on the list here, we had a core group of folks who we met with to start off the process, to kind of look at the scenarios and initially vet them before sharing them with the larger committee that you can see, whose membership is laid out here based on their different positions. But have another slide here to identify all the folks who were part of this process, which for being virtual moved really smoothly. We were able to used the breakout rooms, we used polls, we really flexed our Zoom muscles throughout this, and we're able to get good feedback and collaboration with everyone. So I thought that was a really positive aspect of this process, and kind of helps us as we go into the larger process, that we have some templates and some ideas of how to do that. But this group of folks was really helpful in looking at the ideas, the maps that we presented, the maps they didn't like. They were very clear, they didn't like them, and very helpful in identifying maps or ideas that they thought would be better fits for the community. So definitely appreciate that. And we'll talk a little bit more about the maps when we get to those slides. Here's the process that we went through. Starting back in September, we met with the core group, and then we held 3 meetings of the Boundary Committee starting October 7th, the 21st, and then wrapped up on November 2nd, where we first presented those initial scenarios that we'll go over in a moment, got some feedback, got some ideas for additional maps to make, reviewed those at the October 21st meeting. Kind of already had consensus by the end of that second meeting, but wanted to give folks a chance to marinate on them a little bit. So we came back on November 2nd, just to make sure that the consensus that we had was there, and get everybody's feedback as to why that was their recommendation. So we'll have that to discuss in this process. So tonight we're here for the board's review of these the scenario or the recommendation, as well as and to get input before taking this out to some community input meetings. We say November, December. It's probably going to be the first and second weeks of December that we're looking at for some virtual community input meetings to give folks a chance to review these, ask questions, provide feedback. So we'll have that information out shortly in terms of the times and dates. We will then reconvene with the Boundary Committee to go over any feedback that we've received, give them a chance to hear any feedback, and see if they want to revise or make any changes to the proposal before we bring that back to the board in January for the board's consideration and approval of the recommendation. So a lot of the data we provided was, understanding where the current boundaries are. So we have 2 maps here, so I'll just fast forward to the second map to zoom in. Okay, this is the Cook Middle School boundary in yellow with the blue highlight around it. This is the area that we are focused on and looking at how can we extend the other neighborhood school boundaries to provide a neighborhood school for students who are in what will soon to be the former Cook Middle School boundary. We'll also call this the CCLA preference area because they will have a preference to go to the charter school, and that's just part of the charter laws as it relates to attendance boundaries when those are dissolved, if you will. We spent a good amount of time talking about residence versus attendance when it comes to school boundaries. So it's a helpful reminder that school of residence refers to the boundary in which a student resides, not necessarily what school they go to. School of attendance refers to what school they physically attend, or nowadays virtually attend. So an example would be that student A lives in the Santa Rosa Middle School boundary, but they attend Slater. So their school of residence is Santa Rosa, but their school of attendance is Slater. And we talk about that right before we look at the numbers. And so this is based on 1920 enrollment data. We geocoded all of the students within the district to identify, in this case, all the 7th and 8th graders and what school they reside in and what school they attend. So just explain this. So for this first line here, where you look at Slater Middle School, you go all the way to the right. That means there's 689 students who reside in the Slater Middle School boundary. So 689 dots on the map that landed in the Slater boundary. Of those, 551 of those 689 students attended Slater Middle School. And then there were transfers into Slater's school of 30 from Comstock, 73 from Cook, 16 from Rincon, 30 from Santa Rosa Middle, and then 21 IDTs or unknowns, and that just refers to kids who reside outside the district's boundaries who come into the district to attend school, or unknown meaning their address information was incomplete or insufficient to identify where exactly they resided. So we just say that they are unknown. In most cases, they just reside outside the district. So this helps us see where kids live versus where they go to school. So you can see transfer trends. You can see which schools may gain students on transfers, which schools may lose students on transfers. But as we're looking at dividing up the attendance boundaries, we wanted to look at not just school of residence, because we know there's a good amount of movement. So we also looked at school of attendance on these numbers, and there's different estimates on school of attendance that we'll look at as we go through this presentation. If you've looked through it before, you may be wondering what some of those ranges of enrollments are, and we'll talk about that in a few minutes. So scenarios considered, we had these 4 initial scenarios that that we drew up, meaning Cooperative Strategies drew up as initial starting points for discussion. You can see on all of them the blue outline for what the Cook boundary currently is, and then you can see differing ways that the Slater, the Santa Rosa Middle, and the Comstock boundaries take in the enrollment of the students from the Cook Middle School boundary. So these were the initial 4, and the committee wasn't big fans of those, but that's okay. It got them to talking, and it got them started in this conversation, and led to the discussion. And actually scenario 5 that you see here was one that was drawn up by one of the groups, one of the breakout groups during one of the discussions we had. They quickly drew that together and said, take a look at this one. And so we were able to, between meeting 1 and meeting 2, draw up scenario 5 and see what that looked like. And then we also looked at a couple different alternatives with scenarios 6 and 6A to see what those would look like as well. And that was happening between meeting 1 and meeting 2. But it was a great feedback to have. And, you know, without spoiling too much of it, you see that scenario 5 is the recommendation. So not only was it input that we were able to generate, but it was one of the scenarios that was created by the committee members. That is the one that they felt most comfortable with. So I think that you know, speaks to the process and how engaged this committee was. So we'll speak a little bit more about 5, 6, and 6A, since those were the 3 that the committee liked the most. So you can see what does this scenario do. In this case, the Comstock boundary comes down all the way Stony Point Drive, and then the dividing line right here is the dividing line of the Roseland School District. So all of the Roseland School District goes to Santa Rosa Middle School, and then the Wright School District, and then the Bellevue School District on the west side of 101 goes to Comstock, and then the Bellevue District on the east side of 101 goes to Slater. And we use the 101 as a dividing line. It's a little bit of a conversation about the 101 and pros and cons, but ultimately the committee felt for this interim boundary process that just made the most sense, recognizing there, you know, as we go into phase 2, that may not be the hard dividing line that we use, but they thought for this particular process, the 101 made sense. So you see here, we have ranges of enrollment. This is looking at what we expect the enrollment to be based on attendance. And we have differing numbers depending on how many students opt to go to CCLA versus how many opt to go to their neighborhood school. So on the smaller end, we expect Comstock to go from about 471 students to up to 578 students. Santa Rosa Middle to go from about 586 to 638, and Slater to go from 750 to 792. I'll explain a little bit more of that on this slide here. So how do we arrive at those estimates? We assume different percentages of students would attend or not attend CCLA. So you see here where we have 25% enrollment from CCLA preference area. We're assuming that of the 400-ish kids who live and attend within the Cook boundary, that 25% of them are going to opt to go to a neighborhood school still, and 75% are going to opt to go to CCLA. So that's where that 311 comes into play. And then we divide up the remaining 25% based on their boundary to Santa Rosa Middle, Comstock, and Slater. So you see there's only about 100 students that get divided between those 3 schools based on where they reside, also taking into account all the other transfer movements that are already occurring. If we go over one column, we say, well, what if we assume that 50% of the kids who reside in the CCLA preference area would go to CCLA, the remaining 50% would go to a neighboring school or a neighborhood school, sorry. Then we get up to 771 kids at Slater, 525 at Comstock, and 612 at Santa Rosa Middle. And then if we go to the other direction and say that 75% of the students from the CCLA preference area will continue to go to neighborhood schools, then we have up to 792 students at Slater 578 at Comstock, and 638 at Santa Rosa Middle. And then on the far right-hand side, you see the enrollment by residence, and that's if everybody went to the school that they are supposed to go to, their boundary school, what those numbers look like. So 811 in Slater, 888 at Comstock, 655 at Santa Rosa. And Rankin Valley, you'll see the same numbers across all the scenarios because their boundaries are unchanged within this particular process. So that is the kind of the rundown of the numbers. For those of you with eagle eyes, you might remember that on the first map of, or the first page of numbers, we talked about 3,011 students being in grades 7 and 8. That chart didn't include the non-public school students, so we get to 3,013 when we add the non-public schools. So just in case anybody caught my numbers there. Scenario 6, this was another option that we shared with the committee after the first meeting, looking at a different way of dividing up the district. And this one involved drawing down Santa Rosa Middle School a little bit farther down and on both sides of the 101. It involved using the railroad tracks here as the dividing line between Comstock and Slater rather than using the 101 freeway. So you can see this didn't provide as many kids at Comstock. The lower number there is about 30 students smaller than in scenario 5, puts more kids at Santa Rosa Middle School and about the same number of kids at Slater Middle School. But you can see those ranges of enrollment there. Same type of methodology and thought process went into that. You can see on enrollment by residence, we have 800 by residence at Slater, 759 at Comstock, and 795 at Santa Rosa Middle. And then finally, scenario 6A, same as scenario 6, but instead of using the railroad as the dividing line between Comstock and Slater, this one returns to using the 101. And you see the enrollment at Comstock a little bit higher, going up to 458 to 536. Santa Rosa 611 to 713, same as the previous scenario. And then take some kids out of Slater from scenario 6 to put that at 738 to 759. You can see how those different ranges are worked out based on the percentages and as well the enrollment by residence. 750 to 800 at the 3 impacted schools that are impacted by this boundary change, and then the same 569 at Rankin Valley. So I spoiled the surprise, but the committee was unanimous in their recommendation for scenario 5. And so that's the one we're bringing forward as the recommendation that we would like to take out to the community to receive feedback on. And so this is, again, another look at that. I'll just go to the next slide that talks about some of the reasoning behind that. They liked the continuity from the elementary school boundaries to the middle school boundaries. You remember that dividing line between Santa Rosa Middle and Comstock being the Roseland and Bellevue boundaries there. That was a positive for the community. They thought this provided a better balance of enrollment than some of the other scenarios, not putting too many students at Slater and putting as many students at Comstock. Thought it was a little less complex than some of the other scenarios. There was hope that it would allow LC Allen High School to retain more students. We also felt that it sets up changes for phase 2 better than the other scenarios, as we've talked about with the committee, that phase will involve looking at all of our boundaries, elementary, middle, and high school. They were already giving us plenty of ideas of what some of those things that need to be changed might be. And so this, they thought, helped set up those changes better than some of the other scenarios. And so that was the reasoning that we asked for the recommendation for this process. So with that, that concludes my presentation, and I'll open it up to any questions.
Thank you, Larry. I'm squinting the whole time. All right, board, questions for Mr. Furchaw? I see Jen Close's hand up. I see Alegria's hand.
Thank you, President Fong. Thank you, Larry, the demographer. Always a pleasure to see you here. I sent unfortunately, there's not a lot of time since we had a Monday meeting to review all this and to get questions answered early. So I had asked earlier this morning for demographic information based on these various scenarios and didn't have a response yet, and wondering if you happen to have those available.
So we have, I can start with that, or Rick, do you want to?
Yeah, we were able to get this together today, so we can share those with the board.
Like you can share them with the board tonight for this discussion?
Sure, I can email them.
Great.
Was that a question, Director? Close, are you done?
That was my question. I just want to make, so Rick is emailing them now because I have a feeling that's an important, that's something that several of us might want to see before having a full discussion about this. So I'm just nodding.
Director De La Cruz.
Yeah, that was my question, is how, I mean, I think the board was really, I was pretty clear that this for me is about dealing with segregated schools. And that one of the goals that we had here was to really think about, you know, the opportunity that this provides us to do some rethinking about how our kind of land use decisions and our historical housing decisions that has resulted in a pretty segregated school system. We have an ability to do something about that with this decision. And I just would love to hear a little bit more about how, if at all, the demographics of the student body was used to make some of these decisions or recommendations, suggestions.
Okay, so who'd like to answer that question?
Go
ahead, Rick.
Yeah, we understand that, Director De La Cruz, and you know, when we took this on, that was the initial charge of this when we came forward with looking at all boundaries. But when we looked at that timeline after presenting to the board in August, knowing the impact that some of those exact questions that you asked will have on the process, we couldn't get that done reasonably in time to turn this process around for the transition of Cook to CCLA for next year. So as part of phase 2, when we look at the potential of adjusting boundaries for our schools, we would incorporate that look into those potential changes. And as Mr. Fairchild was talking about, the work and the conversation that we had with the committee was to do this in a way that would also be able to ease into, if you will, that transition phase and looking at phase 2 of overall district attendance boundaries or school of residence boundaries that we know would have much more involvement from stakeholders, both parents and community members, and then using that as guiding through that process for what is potentially a bigger shift of boundaries rather than the extension of a boundary in terms of enrollment for next year as the two schools merge.
I think the other part we need to remember back to is that when we decided about going to the 2 phases, that the work that needs to be done in phase 2 is going to be tremendous work. It's very, very extensive that cannot be rushed. And so knowing that we had a deadline for the Cook CCLA piece of this, in getting them the extended boundary was first and foremost. Not that we're not going to do the other work that the board wants to do. That is coming. But it's also going to mean a lot of work with the elementary and the high school districts, because every move impacts every single one of us. And that's something that we started looking at in this process to see what we could push. And it was extremely complex. Larry, do you want to say anything to this piece of it, or you're fine?
Well, I think the idea was we were doing this as an interim boundary for 1 year, and the reason we didn't look at a lot of those other things is we know when we do the high school or the elementary, we're kind of meet in the middle, if you will. We didn't want to change everybody's boundaries for 1 year, only to come back and change their boundaries again across the whole district. In this particular case, what we're doing is we're assigning new neighborhood schools to folks only in the Cook boundary, that with the understanding that it is a 1 year boundary, rather than uprooting where everybody's going to school for 1 year and then going through a larger, more involved process that would potentially change those attendance boundaries completely over again. So it was meant to be an incremental step that would, not cause as much initial confusion than it is.
Director Medina.
Thank you. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think we need to overcomplicate this. I think in the past we agreed phase 1, phase 2 models perfect to get accomplished what we want to accomplish. The CCLA transition now with phase 1, and then with phase 2, looking at more in depth at that demographic information. I want to ask, with that October 2021 date for phase 2, will that be something that will allow to maybe potentially review census data that will, maybe update how those boundaries are shaped in terms of different demographics? And the other thing that I'd like to maybe add towards this and towards that phase 2 timeline is how much are we doing, or what timeline can we maybe potentially expect towards our efforts on district consolidation that may also impact those boundaries? So those are kind of.
So I'll answer the district consolidation, and Larry, I think you were going to answer the first question. In January, Dr. Harrington is going to be coming to the board to provide information on the board's possible approval of a resolution to have a study conducted about consolidation. And so, and the reason I'm having Dr. Harrington come, well, for one, that he's a part of the process, or SCO is a part of the process, but SCO would actually fund the study. And so that's going to take place in January. And as you say, the connection between the two things, I think, will become, we want to become obvious and transparent. So, and then Larry, did you want to?
Yeah, to the census question, we would anticipate census data being released by the end of March of 2021. That may be delayed with the change in administration and the delays, the census that were resulted from the pandemic. I don't know that there's a hard date for sure that will be March 31st, as it is statutorily supposed to be. But that information will be used to inform the process, as will, we look at the district student information system to look at the demographic characteristics of the students that actually attend the schools as well, to get that additional information. And that's what you'll see on that worksheet that's been provided.
I think the other thing to remember is that during this community phase, for this current phase, the community reach out, we're going to reach out to the feeder districts, our feeder districts, to remember that conversation that we had about bringing them in and begin having the discussions about having their involvement and their understanding about who we are as a district. So.
Director Medina?
Yeah, I think the other question that, as we look towards October 2021 for the phase 2, I'm curious if we're also going to look at, well, there's a lot of development going on in Santa Rosa, a lot of housing, and I'm wondering, I don't know how much that plays into it, I mean, I imagine maybe we just look at existing people living at the moment that we're taking a snapshot to develop the district boundaries, or are we also maybe looking at where housing is being developed, because there's a lot of housing that's coming up and going up right now in the city.
So I can take a first stab at that. As part of our work with the district, we're going to be doing a long-term enrollment projection where we're going to look at population of students, and we're going to look at developments that are being planned and how many students those could generate for the district, so we can get a sense of both what the population of the district is today, as well as, you know, each of the years going out for the next 10 years. And as we make those boundary changes, we can see how trends of increasing or decreasing enrollment will play out through those boundary changes.
I'm going to move on to Director McCormick.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. I have a couple of questions. The first one is, and you did make this clear, but I just really want to clarify that this recommendation of scenario 5, this is an interim boundary change because of the deadline that we're facing?
Yes.
Like a 1 year, so okay. And is there a possibility it would remain the same and unchanged when we look at the bigger picture? Or is that like, no, it's definitely gonna be 1 year and it's gonna change?
I think that'll be the work that's taken on in phase 2 as we look at, you know, the boundary that we move to accommodate CCLA and Cook as one school next year. And then taking the input feedback, the information and the data that we gather to make a future recommendation for the entire district or all school boundaries.
Okay.
And in addition, the demographic data is something that needs to be looked at, because the board will need to make a decision on, will boundaries change based on demographics. And so that is really, I think, what the ask about the data is the precursor to that next phase, where the board is going to look at those boundaries and going to look at, you know, what populations make up each of those boundaries and how can we spread that out. And we too are looking at, if we look at the boundaries with the number of students in each of those boundaries, can we calculate an FTE and base our own calculations for FTE allocation on that enrollment? So we're even going in another direction too, and looking at staffing, because it's going to be so tight in these upcoming years as we have declining enrollment, and not even from a decline of a natural decline, but due to the crises we've been in. So.
Okay, and can someone remind me who is setting the deadline that we have to get this done, this phase 1 done with this CCLA? Who's setting that deadline? Who's in charge of the deadline that we're up against?
Well, we're setting the deadline so that we can do enrollment projections, staffing, open enrollment, that type of thing for preparation for the 21-22 school year. There's nobody outside setting that deadline. It's us, in order to have everything in place and ready to go.
Okay.
And that includes students who have the option to go to Comstock or to another middle school.
Okay. And then I remember this being a problem early on. I think it might have been part of the problem why we went to a phase 1, phase 2. But in this phase 1 right now, are we up against or going to have issues with other districts' approval or permission? Or is that not a problem right now in this phase? Not a problem?
Not a problem for the boundaries.
Okay. And then my last question is, do we have, or will we have, or is this something we're going to establish in phase 2, a timeline to also perhaps simultaneously look at rewriting the board policy on the, you know, how we allow people to move around as much as we do.
Absolutely.
Is there going to be a
Absolutely.
deadline on that too, or?
Well, the board's going to have to decide on cutoff dates. It's really an intricate piece of the puzzle, but more than even cutoff dates, really in discussions with legal counsel, there's some decisions that have to be made by the board. If the board so chooses to go by demographics, there's just implications for each of these things that the board will undertake and think about to make a final decision. Open enrollment is definitely a part of all of this, and will be I would say simultaneous for phase 2. Is that accurate, Rick and Steve? Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, perfect.
Okay, those are my questions. Thanks.
Director Manieri.
Thank you. I just have a couple of quick questions about the data that we just received around demographics. Is the data that we're seeing in the different scenarios, according to the scenarios that were presented in the maps in the presentation, are these scenarios or are these numbers at any one of these 25% of enrollment, 50% of enrollment, or 75% of enrollment? Like what are we looking at?
So that's based on residents. Those numbers are assuming that the total population of the 7th and 8th grade students within each of those attendance boundaries, not based on where kids attend school.
Okay. So these projections, like if I'm looking at scenario 5 and I'm looking at this chart, I'm looking at, you know, the Hispanic Latino population is going to be 60.92% at Santa Rosa Middle School in scenario 5. That is based off of school of residence.
Yes, that attendance boundary would have just under 61% Latino 7th and 8th grade students.
Okay. And is there a way to get this information for the 7th and 8th grades of CCLA as well?
We could pull it in a different way for school of attendance, and we can add that information. Right.
Just in terms of like the projection that was presented to us.
The one challenge with doing that is just we don't know which students, when we do we assume 25% go to CCLA versus go to a neighborhood school. We don't know which students would make that choice. And that would be the only challenge in doing it with that type of by attendance estimate, is because we wouldn't know the demographic characteristics of the students in particular who would make a choice to attend CCLA or a neighborhood school.
Okay. Thank you.
So that's a great segue, Larry. I've got a couple questions and then I'm going to call on Director Medina again. Did I hear you right? In one of the charts on the presentation, you said that you think 75% in the Cook attendance area will choose to go to CCLA, or you said if 75%?
It was definitely an if. We don't know how many. These were just ranges for planning purposes to identify if 25% or if 50% or if 75%, just to kind of see what the impact on the different schools by attendance could be based on the different maps. When we first started sharing these numbers, I guess the backstory on this, when we first started sharing these numbers with the committee, you kind of get a little bit of anxiety when you see 900 students at a particular middle school, because that's just not what they're used to seeing. But we know between the transfers and between the students who would choose to attend CCLA, that number was going to be significantly less. So we wanted to have some range for planning on what the actual impact on the schools could be.
And then my second question is the rationale for scenario 5. There are all these reasons for the rationale. And the last one said that scenario 5 set things up better for phase 2. Can someone explain how it sets things up better for phase 2?
I can take a stab at that one. I think there's some of the changes that were discussed by the committee, and we assume many of the members of the committee would continue to serve on this process, involve the non-contiguous portion of the Santa Rosa Middle School attendance boundary. And so it kind of provides some space within those numbers to make changes without making one school too big or one school too small. If you remember back to scenario 6 and 6A, those were almost dead even in terms of by residence. If we were to try to make equal attendance boundaries between the three impacted boundaries that we're touching, I mean, it's about 750 to 800 plus would be the average. And those two scenarios hit that right in the head, where scenario 5 wasn't quite perfect and leaves some room for future adjustments to make those changes. So I think that was the reasoning there, was that it provided a little more wiggle room on the numbers.
Thank you. Director De La Cruz, did I see your hand up? No, okay. All right, we are going to move on to public comment at this point. Moderator, do we have public comment? And again, we are going to limit the public comment to 2 minutes.
So if you would like to make public comment on item E1, please raise your hand at this time. And if you've called in on a phone, you can push *9 to raise your hand and wait for your turn. And we ask that you limit your comment to 2 minutes. We should have a timer up there to help you do that. The first comment is Tom Zabata. Tom, are you there? If you are, if you could please unmute.
I'm here, sorry, no public comment, but thank you for all you're doing. And one thing I would like is if the kids could have a moment in class to at least exchange information or socialize in a different way. Thank you.
Thank you. The next comment is from Ms. Moore. If you could please state your full name for the record.
Lucinda Moore, RSP teacher at Comstock Middle School. I just wanted to thank Alegria for her questions. I really appreciate her advocacy as one of the school board members. Keep it up. Please continue to see this through to fruition. I will accept the interim. I haven't been happy, but now that it's been explained in detail, I'm a little bit more satisfied. But I would really look forward to seeing this analyzed in a big picture with the census, with consolidation discussions with Dr. Harrington, and I look forward to it.
Thank you. Next comment is from a name Skolgata. If you could give your full name for the record, please.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
I can. Could you please state your name for the record?
Yeah, my name is Anna School.
I'm sorry, we're having a little trouble hearing you. Could you try that one more time, please?
I work at Proctor Terrace. Can you hear me?
Now we can. And your name again?
Sullivan.
Thank you.
I just want to say that, thank you. As far as going back into the classroom is concerned, I'm 63. I don't want to go back in until it's until Dr. Mossy says safe for us to go back. Also, for the record, that I'm grieving for Cook Middle School. It was one I worked at, and it's one of the best schools I ever worked at. And if we ever in this year, I would like to see it in a way that we are not doing 2 days, day off, and then 2 days. I want to see morning and afternoon split, because that's how we can keep kids safe, and our job keep kids safe. So thank you very much.
Thank you. This is the last call for public comment on item E1. And President Fong, there are no hands raised.
I want to ask Omar Medina, Director Medina, did you have a question that I neglected to ask you again? You had a question.
My question was actually what Director McCormick asked was about the board policies, like at what point we would have that going on. I imagine sometime during phase 2, but I guess I don't imagine it's part of the same process. I imagine maybe it might be like a separate parallel process that would be going on. But the other thing that I just wanted to like add in terms of like what we're doing here with the boundary committees, and I look forward to seeing what feedback we get from the community meeting that's held as a follow-up to this, is that I'm actually like really excited to get past phase 1. I'm excited to see what happens with Cesar Chavez and what recruitment efforts they do have in terms of getting students to from the current Cook attendance boundary area to start going to that school. I believe we have an item coming up about that. But just you know, I'm excited to have this process be over the phase 1 so that we can see what comes out of that. And I think the stats and the data from whatever happens there will help to feed phase 2. But I'm hoping we get to that 75% level of Cook attendance. Resident students may be attending the existing Cook campus as CCLA.
Thank you. So board, this is open for discussion. It is a discussion item only. And I see Director Sheffield's hand up and then Director De La Cruz. Director Close.
First of all, I just want to say I appreciate the work of this committee, everything that you've done, and I understand the intention of minimizing disruptions in this phase 1 process. And I think we're doing that, moving forward with the scenarios brought forward. I just, urge us to carefully watch, what happens in this phase 2, as Director Medina and Director De La Cruz brought up, particularly around any potential demographic shifts as results from 2020 census. And I don't know, Larry, if there was discussion amongst this committee around demographic shifts. And I don't even know how we would begin to project that. We know that there was a lot of work nationally and locally around 2020 census and trying to capture a lot of information that might not have been collected in 2010. So if there's any information that you can share around census data and how that might change this map altogether, if when we get to the phase 2 part.
I think, I hate to say we have to wait and see, but I think the census is a little bit of a question mark, just given the situation that it was done under with the pandemic, and not allowing as much time as they would have liked for door knockers to go out there and make sure everybody was counted. There's lots of other reasons for a potential undercount of underrepresented communities that we may see from the 2020 census. So, I think it's a real wait and see to see what the participation level ended up being, to know how accurate, unfortunately, the data might end up being.
Yeah, and I can totally understand that, and maybe that's the reason why I'm, settling with where we are right now as a phase 1, phase 2 approach, is because there is so much uncertainty around how things might look like going into next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Sheffield. Director De La Cruz.
I appreciate all the work. I love the kind of the depth of the committee work. I just want to really kind of call out the way that we've engaged our larger community in these questions. And I think it sets us up nicely for what the expectation will be plus as we move forward into the big picture. I would ask that we really are, clearly articulating a focus on the demography and on the shifts that we're trying to make and how we're setting that up. And so I was disappointed not to see any part of the presentation that addressed, I think to the point that President Fong made, like, why are we doing it, in this way? And does that set us up for really reaching and achieving a goal of attempting to desegregate our community schools. And then I would also hope that as we look into the future, recognizing that the ways in which highways have typically divided communities in ways that are very devastating to those communities, to use the 101 and to continue to use the 101 in that way. Transportation issues, I get all of that. But I think that that's really going to just continue to create these challenges that we're currently trying to undo as a result of old planning decisions that were grounded in segregation. And so I'm really looking forward to the next round. I'm grateful that we're moving forward to get what CCLA needs done. I'm just hoping that, the two phases as we've laid them out doesn't necessarily problematize or make any more complex the big job that that I know we're asking right now. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Close.
Thanks. Reiterate a little bit, or I just want to echo a little bit what Director De La Cruz just said. I think, this is a lot of work. It was a lot of work to do this kind of interim step, but it's going to be a whole lot more work to do the next step. But I think that it needs to be really thoughtful and careful from the beginning, to be looking at a lot of demographic information. And also, I think when we first talked about this a few months ago, I asked for a legal opinion around using socioeconomic status as a proxy for ethnicity, if we need to do that. And I haven't seen an opinion on that, but that's a really important question, because we had some very specific goals around doing this, and that was to desegregate our schools. But we might need to do that by looking at income, and so that information needs. We need to know whether or not we need to do that, and if so, then that's how we have to start looking at the data. But so there are some kind of stepwise decisions around that, and I hope that that's looked at really early. The other thing is that people talk a lot about busing and distance from neighborhood schools in this, and generally in an effort to create opportunities to resist these changes. And so I would really encourage a deep dive into how many kids are bused, where they're bused, how many kids are within a certain mileage from their neighborhood schools, and then make sure to have that data for all the different scenarios that are proposed. Because if you look at these maps, there are whole lots of kids who are very far from their neighborhood schools. We have a pretty spread out area, and so you can slice it up in a different way, and it might change who gets on a bus. But it's probably not going to change how many kids get on a bus. It might change who's close to their school, but it's not going to change how many kids are close to their school. So I think that information is really important to have from the get-go to deal with folks who might come out against some big changes here. So I would really encourage that data from the beginning as well. The other thing is around, we on the school board in matters like this, we have a fiduciary duty to the district. That is the highest level of responsibility and duty of loyalty to our position and our constituents. And we do need to listen to our constituents, the people who elected us, the people who didn't elect us. And we, at the end of the day, have to make a decision that is consistent with our values and our strategic plan and our the values that the district as a whole holds close. And that means that sometimes our decision might not be consistent with the loudest recommendation, whether that recommendation comes from public comment, or whether that recommendation comes from emails, or whether that recommendation comes from committee. And I'm I'm concerned about specific recommendations coming from the committees. I think it's really great that we're doing these committees and getting all this input. And I really commend the district staff for assembling these to get a broad range of impact and input, and to really engage different parts of the community to get input. But in the past, we have just received input and presented input and feedback and data to the board to make decisions. But when a specific recommendation is made, it puts the board in a really difficult position. It puts a board in the position of either saying, I reject this work that the committee has done, basically I'm making my own decision, or to sort of fall in line, perhaps, contrary to their best judgment, and perhaps contrary to the values that that they have stated here. And I think when it's something that's this important, it's really important to leave it to the board. And so I hope that we get a huge amount of input, really big, just like we did for the by-trustee elections, but just like we did for the by-trustee election maps, that there is not a specific recommendation. I think that's really, it kind of sets the board up in a way that is unfair. And it's unfair, and it's also unfair to the community, right? If they think that they're giving a recommendation, then they think that's going to be followed, and it may or may not be. So that's my really strong recommendation here on process, is that you collect input, you provide input, but no recommendation. And I'm sorry I'm repeating myself. It just goes to how important I think this is. And this is sort of a new thing. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly why we did that. We've done it in this way recently, but I did ask that it go kind of the other way in the future. In any case, this interim decision is, interim. But the next one is truly an opportunity to have impact in a generational way that is, it is the biggest, best opportunity this district has ever had to make real change. And so I really encourage you to early on think about the data that you need, and getting that data and using it and really studying it, and also anticipating what the arguments are going to be, like busing, like how many kids are going to be bused, so that that for each scenario, how many kids are going to be bused as compared to what the case is now. Look at that very early. This should be there should be a lot of data around these decisions, because it's the big one. And I also want to echo, and I think it bears repeating, what Director De La Cruz said, which is that we got to get away from the freeways. We have to get away from the freeways. So it is the freeways have divided our community for too long, in really negative ways. And it's not unique to this community. So we know that to be true. So let's get away from that. And then finally, in terms of the relation to district consolidation, district consolidation, you could do a study on district consolidation. There was a study done by, Dr. Wong, Carl, I think about a decade ago. I suspect that the answer to that is not going to be very much different, which is that it probably isn't going to save money. But it should be done anyway, educationally, and it would make things a whole lot easier. I know Dr. Kitamura's job would be a whole lot easier if she didn't have 8 feeder school districts. But it would be important to consolidate districts. It's absurd that we have 40 districts. And there's 2 ways to do it. All the boards agree. That's not going to happen. People don't give up power like that, or you put it on the ballot. So I'd really encourage us to say, let's get it on the ballot, but not to make decisions based on some potential consolidation. But if something changes in consolidation, then you change the boundaries. But please don't do things predicting that it's going to happen or thinking it's going to happen for sure. Instead, just look at the demographics. Please be bold. I'm speaking about phase 2, I know, but I'm not going to be here then. So this is the opportunity. But looking at this, I hope that this is done and the second phase is done in a little bit different way for that phase. I know this is an interim, so that's it. Thank you.
Director Medina.
Yeah, two things. First, around the idea of like recommendations. I kind of hear that, but in terms of like the work that these committees do, you know, they're looking at stuff. I think they're doing a lot of in-depth work that, you know, we aren't into. So if recommendations maybe are something that you try to get away from, maybe looking at any specific goals or direction that we give them and kind of rate like which scenarios meet whatever goals or that the board maybe has directed towards achieving, as a suggestion as to what we could get back, because I don't really see what other type of input we could get from committees, if they aren't like making some sort of recommendation out of all the information that they look into in depth. And the other thing, just around like the whole thing around the freeways and how our community schools are, I think one of the big problems that we have is where our schools are all placed. They're just horribly placed in terms of how we can divide up these different boundaries. And I think that's a big problem that I think unless we decide to like completely create a school in a whole different place, we're gonna have a really hard time in terms of developing these boundaries. And I just wanted to make sure we all remember that.
Thank you. Director McCormick.
Just a few things. I kind of feel like because we're up against a deadline and this is interim, that most of my comments are going to be a little bit more foreshadowing or setting the stage for phase 2. But even on looking at these proposals that you presented today with the recommendations, I still have concerns with not just demographics, but about numbers, just straight up numbers. I feel like there's just such a imbalance there. And I'm also just concerned about projected numbers and potential numbers. I know we have to make projections, and I know that a lot of things are decisions hinge upon that, you know, or so I get it, but I'm just concerned with the numbers. They seem out of whack and out of balance. And so if this is a temporary fix for right now that we need to do, fine. But I think going forward, not only would I like to see more balance in many, many areas, but numbers is a big one for me, just population of the schools. And I think Director Medina's comment about where our schools are located is part of the problem. But I think we're going to need to address that in some innovative ways. Another thing that I just kind of wanted to point out, and doing math on a Monday night might be challenging for me, but I think I did some math here, okay? And it just goes back to this concept of, you know, what is our board policy going to be as far as open enrollment is concerned? Because right now, if I did my math right, which is suspect, but you know, when I look at the, I don't know if I have the right term of area of residence, or, you know, where people live, what percentage of students right now that are going to the school in the residence area that they live. We have, and this is where it gets into the numbers for me, right now, we have Slater at 80% of the people who live in that residence area of Slater are going to Slater, and Rincon Valley Middle is 93%. And then you get to Comstock, Cook, CCLA, and Santa Rosa, we're at 65, 65, 69%. And so I just need to say again, before we get too deep into this work, if we aren't talking about policy and what standard we're going to set in this district as far as open enrollment goes, I feel like we could do a ton of work that is totally diminished by people moving around at will, because those numbers are, our current numbers are alarming. And this has nothing to do with demographics or people's socioeconomic level or any of that. It's just like, where are you living and where are you going to school? And that's just a concern of mine. And I wanted to just say it and acknowledge it tonight. And I think we really need to pay attention to that. And I really think numbers wise and for critical mass, we need to make sure we're very balanced in our numbers as we move forward all the way across the district, not just in the middle schools. That's it.
Thank you. Director Manieri.
Just a couple of things. Director McCormick, you and I did the same math. That was like the first thing I did when we were going through this presentation, because that's really important to me too. Just
did I do my math right?
Yes.
Okay, good.
I mean, I hope we did our math right. But that's something that's really important to me too. And to Director Close's point about data and how this really needs to be a data-driven process. And we need data. There's still gathering of data that is going to take place with these community input meetings. A couple of things that I want to share. One, I'd like to see more data around why students don't go to their school of residence. I know that there are certain things, certain boxes you can check off when you go through that process. So maybe some data around that to see if that's anything that we need to have a discussion around. I'd like to know that, and maybe that's something that the committee, by the way, thank you to every single member of the committee for doing this work. Maybe that's something that can really benefit their process. And another thing around data and these community input meetings, I know that I've gotten several emails around, a better community engagement process. And so however we can solicit this input in ways that are accessible and that people that are approachable to families and young people and grandparents and everyone that we want to hear from. I'd really like to encourage our team to look at different ways of doing that, and whatever that means. It might actually mean putting up flyers door to door in some areas where we know we have low engagement. I'm willing to put in that work because this is a really important process, and we need to hear from our community, and it's the committee really needs to hear from our community. This is ultimately a lot of data that they will be taking in and taking into account. Apart from that, I echo a lot of what's been said already, and I don't want to take up time reiterating anything, but I want to uplift the fact that we need a lot of data around this, and that putting in work into our community input meetings will be very important for this process.
Director Medina, did you have a hand up again?
Yeah, just responding to Director McCormick and Director Manieri's points around those percentages. I think one of the big things that to me why I feel this is so important is because a lot of those, I want to say, reasons that people go to the other districts, it's because of generations of misconceptions and I feel part racism that exists that pushes people not to go to these schools. And part of my excitement around this change is that I think it will begin to transition people going back specifically to CCLA, which has been cooked, which if you look at your numbers, a lot of people within that residence area aren't going to. And so that's my excitement, because I feel that that's the beginning towards a transition back to this specific school that ultimately is going to have an impact on our district. And so that's why I'm excited that we get phase one done so that work can actually begin. But we can't avoid the fact that stereotypes and racism are a part of why this happens.
Thank you. I will say, I would say to one of us, we abhor segregated schools in our community. But we also believe that parents should be able to make a good choice for their own student. But when we look at all the barriers to that and all the misconceptions and all the stereotypes and racism, however that comes across, I don't know. that we need to look at all this. And I trust that we will look at it as a community. I trust that we will have these robust discussions with their stakeholders. And I trust that we will have the information that we need to make these decisions together. And the information we need is that very deep dive into who's going where, how many kids are transferring, where are they transferring. And I agree with Director Medina in terms of, all right, so school choice. So people are going to be choosing CCLA, or people are going to be choosing CTE program someplace, or an IB program at Montgomery. So, that's also part of it. And the biggest thing is like, we are living through COVID. We are living through a pandemic, and we have changed every system. And so I think it actually, in a way, when I look at how we've responded together collaboratively, in terms of providing each child as much as we can with what that person needs, and the way that people have dived in to do that, I think that this kind of change is going to continue in our district, and it should continue in our district in terms of providing kids the different ways they have to learn, that we've taken the ceiling off, that we're blowing up the system as we've talked about, as I've talked about before, and I think Diane Kitamura talks about, and some board members have talked about. So it's going to be a very interesting process, and I am trusting the community to work on it. And in terms of the recommendation of a committee, to that point, Director Close, we cannot ask people to be on a committee and try to put in their best self and their best thinking from their perspective and come up with something that they think would be best for kids and best for the system. And if we name it recommendation, so be it, or if we name it findings, so be it. But people get invested, and we want them to be invested because they've put heart and soul into that. It doesn't mean that that's the last piece of it, and that we get to listen to it. We get to grapple with it further as we are, and we'll be taking some more community input. So it's a whole collaboration, and I think all of us together are going to come up with a very good thing. All right.
I'll agree, Director De La Cruz, and then I'll speak.
I guess I just wanted to have one more thing, which is why I think that centering the demographics in this conversation is so critical. Because for too long in our country, choice has resulted in segregation. And so we have to start calling it what it is. And we have to stop using the words that have allowed us to sanitize our segregation. And so I really hope that, by making sure that that's what's front and center in this conversation, that we really start showing people the results of their choices, unless we're really, really clear about what that means for our entire community as a whole and for the quality of the educational experiences that our kids get. So I just really want us to stop using the words that allow us to be colorblind and to not see the racism embedded in choice and in best decisions for your kids and in all of those things. Because yes, we trust that people are going to do that, and we need to be really clear about what that means and what the results of that kind of choice mean for kids of color, right? For kids of color. So I just thank you.
And to the famous words, to piggyback after Director De La Cruz, and what I wanted to share with the board is, please rest assured that the discussions that we are having at the cabinet level, that Milton, who's not here tonight, is looking up case law to build a case for Santa Rosa City Schools that involves socioeconomics, that involves ethnicity, and that involves a open enrollment policy that provides choice. So this board not only needs to define what they see this district as in terms of segregation or desegregation, but what is your definition of choice in Santa Rosa City Schools for our most marginalized students? What is that? And define that as we move forward. You've defined for us desegregation. So that's what we're looking at, and we're looking at it through all of these different avenues, including transportation. I forgot that. And we are having poor Milton lose hair. He doesn't have much to lose anymore, but we really are, because you as a board are pushing the envelope. And the last envelope you need to lick and seal is, what is this board's definition of choice based on what Director De La Cruz just said? And that has to be the criteria set on paper that myself, my team, and the committees work towards. So you've already made the recommendation in terms of what you want once these committees go to work. We just have to figure out with the committees, give voice to it, and see what the pieces are that come up to what it is you're deciding as the criteria, basically. So that's all I wanted to say.
That is a good question. That is a pertinent question. The question of the session, the year. I don't know when we're going to get to put that together. We'll have to talk about that, Diane.
You're going to probably need to do a study session as we're winding down phase one, getting close to that, which is not too far away, to have this discussion to set up this criteria.
All right. Again, I want to thank Larry for the presentation tonight and for the committee for their work on this in phase one. And I know there's going to be a lot more. We're going to take a break. We'll come back at 8:30. Adina, we're ready?
We are ready.
Let's see. Quorum. 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. All right. We're moving on to item E2. It's a discussion. The Santa Rosa City Schools updated return to school plan 2.0 draft. Dr. Kitamura.
Thank you, President Fong. Tonight we bring before you the work, as you remember, of over 200 people made up of teachers and parents and students and administrators and cabinet members to develop the original return to school plan that the board passed in early July. We were hoping we might have a document that could be a vote on action item tonight, but we just have a little more work to do and we didn't want to rush it. So what the members of my team are going to also share different pieces of information about the RTS plan. What I'd like to share is that I'm extremely grateful and thankful again to all of the 220 people who have really worked hard on this document and for coming back. So the executive committee came back for, I think we're on our 3 or 4 different meetings, and our subcommittees came back, some meeting twice or 3 times. So thank you to them. Our plan is to bring back a return to school plan at the December 14th meeting. In that plan, we are talking about and currently talking about, before the governor's announcement today, the possibility, given where we are with COVID, beginning to bring back phasing in-person instruction for KA3 in late January to late February. And I give that time frame because we just don't know what the virus is going to do. So the teams are working extremely hard on everything that needs to be prepared and ready to go for that to happen. There would be a phase in for the next 3 grade levels after that. And then we still need more work with public health on what we do with secondary cohorts. And so, in fact, we are drafting a letter by secondary superintendents to Dr. Mace and the supervisors asking for clarification about the 2 cohort versus the 3 cohort, since many of our colleagues in other counties are operating 3 and 4 cohorts. And so that will be going out this week to them. We also have a survey out right now for distance learning and whether or not students and families will stay in distance learning or would like to come back to in-person. Right now, that is still at about 36% wishing to stay in distance learning and the remainder wanting to come back for in-person learning. So that's just to prepare you now for the more, I would call, detailed pieces that each of my team members are going to speak to. And so, Steve, I'm going to hand it over to you to talk about the next phase of the work that we're doing to be ready for in-person instruction, whenever that may be.
Thank you, Dr. Kitamura, President Fong and board members. In this last version, and I'm referring to the version basically between RTS 1 and RTS 2, we have been really getting into the details of how to begin to protect our employees that are coming to work every day, and also how to gradually, when we're ready to transition into small group settings and allow some students safely onto class. So you may already know from previous conversations that we already have students coming to school every day. We have over 81 students that are in our Santa Rosa child care or support care programs. We have 96 boys and girls, or students enrolled in Boys and Girls Clubs that are there. You may know that recently we've been adding athletes for conditioning under appropriate circumstances. And we have up to 457 athletes that are now coming on our campuses in that process. So we've done everything from small instructional groups, small cohorts, in-person assessments for special education and counseling. So we're really doing that. And one of the keys to us doing this is to really create our protocols and our systems. And I have to have great appreciation for our COVID coordinator, Caitlin Wayhall, and the development and the communication around those standards. I do want everyone to understand that sadly, we are kind of ahead of other people in the county, including county health. A recent example is we've been working on what are called isolation rooms for student or staff member who gets sick while they're on campus. The county has not published any guidelines on isolation rooms. Other counties have, other counties that have brought kids back, but this county has not. So we're trying to balance between get things ready and have guidelines, and look at those guidelines in ways that really balance out all our information. There are, as you can imagine, there's information from our county Office of Education, County Public Health, there's State Public Health, there's California Department of Education, and there's CDC. And so we're trying to put all those together. And then lastly, to put a bow on that, there's our MOUs that we have negotiated already with our employee unions. So putting all those together and making sure all those protocols are in place is what we're doing as we speak. We've been meeting with our unions every week. We have been slowly, methodically kind of going through the kind of steps we're doing and information we're doing to bring things forward, slowly working, making sure that our protocols, our temperature checks, our employee checkoffs are all in place. That when students do come to school in small settings, we have all the appropriate protocols, and we believe we do. That being said, we also know that as we change to this next process or in the next tier, we're going to be bringing more kids back. And so our protocols have to be even bigger and more expansive. So we're working through that all the time. And I certainly appreciate the weekly feedback we have with our unions and try to improve any systems that may not be to their approval. But again, as we try to balance all these things out, there are a lot that we have to consider. And on top of all that, we are a school setting. We're not a hospital setting. We are not expected to deal with patients that have COVID. Our sole job is to prevent anyone with symptoms coming on campus. And if someone presents symptoms, whether it's a staff member or a student, to get them off quickly off campus to protect everybody. So that's a big balance that we have to kind of put together, and working with our school nurses to really make sure we're meeting all those deadlines as you kind of just described. There was a comment earlier, and board members, I think you're aware, that we do have a strong contact tracing program together. So I want to let everyone know that our COVID coordinator, and she has an LVN nurse that's supporting her, have done two contact tracings. There's a contact tracing by Johns Hopkins. There's one called line tracing the County Office of Education has been doing. And we are daily conducting contact tracing and taking feedback from school sites. We have had employees report positive. We have had students report positive. We have those numbers. We're monitoring that daily. We then, with a contact tracing, we have to then go to employees, and if a member has been reported positive, follow through the trace, and it goes through there. But I want the board to know that we have not had any case of school transmission. So that means, yes, we've had employees come to that have been reported positive. They apparently picked that up outside of a school setting. And as we speak, they have not transferred anything to another school employee or student here. And we think, and as you well know, if you look at the media, look at the science, school transmission rates are scientifically low. And that's one of the reasons they do suggest that schools are okay to open, because of our sanitation practices, because of our protocols we have in place. We know that schools can be a very safe place to conduct business. So I want everyone to understand we are doing that daily. We are building that out slowly. We will get to a point where we have contact tracers at every school site, so they can do this individually with schools, with students that come on campus. And we're going to just build this slowly. As you know, we are not expecting to open schools for in-person tomorrow. We are fully capable and ready to be prepared whenever that happens, that we will have these systems in place. And the last thing that's important, of course, is having trainings. We have had trainings already with Classified. We will be doing more. When teachers request to work as an individual cohort or in small groups, they receive individual training. And if we do go back to in-person, we have a whole set of training protocols and training sessions for like PD Wednesdays that we're ready to do. So we feel that we're ready when the conditions are safe and when we're right for taking to the next level. Dr. Superintendent, I'll put it back to you, Dr. Kimmerer. Or I guess, Rick, are you next on the presentation?
He is, but I think, does Director Medina have a question specific to contact tracing or what Steve said?
Yeah, just real quick, could you just remind us in terms of like reopening based on the current state guidelines of like the color tiers, like at what color tier is your current guidance would allow for school opening?
Yeah, currently in purple tier, we could bring back vulnerable populations in instructional settings if we get a waiver. So we're bringing, as I mentioned, we have vulnerable populations, including special ed students and others that are currently coming to school every day. In the next tier, if we ever come to that, is the red tier. And in that tier, we can bring in-person classes back together without a waiver. And so we're in the discussion about what kind of phased in approach that would be and what we recommend and how we want to kind of start those practices slowly. We know other schools that have across the state that have brought in a phased tier, and they generally start with most vulnerable populations like special education, EL, and primary grades like a K3 grade. And so that's the part of the conversation Dr. Kimmerer was describing. We're developing those right now and discussing those and moving forward when we're ready.
And just a reminder that the waiver currently is for only elementary.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Rick, could you, do you want to speak to surveillance testing, Steve, at all?
Thank you. No, so one of the things we're getting up for, if you recall, surveillance testing is the ongoing testing for staff regularly to make sure that no one is coming in with COVID other than symptoms. And so that requirement is a 25% of your population of the teachers or classified staff that are on campus. So we are working right now, and we'll probably bring an MOU together at the December meeting of just what that looks like, what that 25% means. And the way we're drafting it, it means a school site would probably have to do on-site swabbing once every 2 months. And that's kind of what the rotation will be, but we're looking at that schedule. We're bringing those schedules like we do collaboratively to our unions, and we'll move forward on that and bring something to the board when we're ready.
Thank you. Rick, you want to talk about the things under your umbrella?
Amy, do you have anything else to say?
Well played, Mr. Mazzara. Well played.
I'll mute.
A few different areas that I'll touch on tonight, including sites, food service, transportation, and a little bit on technology. Since this summer when we really got into this, M&O, our custodial teams really did a great job on preparing the schools at that point in time in quick order, and have been able to expand on that throughout the early part of this semester, going through classrooms, removing furniture to ensure social distancing when students come back, marking rooms, and taking other precautions on campuses to protect employees, staff, and eventually students. Going through that, we're currently going back through all classrooms with the assistance of the site administrators and custodial staff to review, I'll call them little round dot placements of where desks should be, as well as teaching areas to ensure the capacities that we did quickly still hold true today as we prepare for student return. We're continuing to refine our cleaning protocols, including the use of electrostatic sprayers and other methods on campuses, as well as doing preventative maintenance of areas of schools that need assistance. And because we have that opportunity right now with schools not on campus. So we're taking full advantage of that in preparation for their return. And that will be continuing on through the end of this calendar year and into next year for the eventual return. And you know, I give a lot of credit to the custodial staff at all the school sites, to the M&O teams that are out there doing this on a daily basis and coming up with new ideas and new ways to facilitate anyone on campus, right? Not just students, but staff, working with Steve and Caitlin to ensure that we're doing the best things that we can at these school sites, and just big hats off to them. Same with food services. As President Fong mentioned at the beginning of the meeting tonight, Director Burke and his team have been absolutely phenomenal through this entire last 7 or 8 months with distributing food to our students and their families and the community as a whole. Right now, Director Burke is evaluating the schedules that are being proposed right now and preparing to make modifications to food pickup for students that would be on campus, pickup for students that would not be on campus on those days, and bringing new ideas. He doesn't have them all yet, but he'll be there in a week or so probably, about how to serve breakfast when you have students there and students not there potentially, and then accommodating for, you know, that week's worth of meals that we're able to provide right now to our families. So a lot of work there, a lot of work done by the CNS staff over this period. You know, it's been huge. It's been huge for our district. The next one that's directly related to us, it's technology. We continue to roll out new process and procedures and applications to assist teachers and staff and students with distance learning, with being able to log on easier. We went through a pilot program recently with K1, TK, K, and 1, I believe. We're going to 2 and 3 now with QR code logins to make it easier so they don't have to remember long passwords. And we're continuing that work. A lot of the improvements that this board approved through many sources, through E-rate, through other funding sources, have been implemented to have a more reliable and stable network when we have full staff and students return to school, as well as providing those resources online. So the last one that I'm going to touch briefly on is transportation. We all know that with students potentially coming back, the need for busing will be there. And when we start changing our scheduling, that has an impact on a busing system that already had some issues prior to the pandemic, just due to workforce. And so I've been in contact with the director of West County Transportation and talked to him about some of the proposed schedules that we're looking at and what they can accommodate. And at this point, they feel that they could accommodate them, but there will have to be some continued work. They're going to do some routing for us to see what routes could be utilized, how many, what times. Because one, we would still want to minimize student ride time. The JPA is going through a period of having a lack of drivers. I believe there are 18 drivers down from full staffing as of probably Thursday of last week. So that's being taken into consideration as well. But they're willing to work with us as well as all the other districts that fall under the JPA. So we're looking forward to getting some more information from them in the next week or so to tie that to all of these schedules as well. And as we move forward with the schedules, a lot of the areas that I spoke about, they won't fall into place automatically, but they become easier and easier to create the final plans as we get closer. So as we go through this and come back on in December, there'll be more updates to where some of these other items will fall into the total process of returning to school.
So I'm next, and I'm going to be talking about the returning to school as far as some of the in-person models. In the return to school plan, you'll see that there is actually a new model in the elementary area. It's a hybrid AM and PM model. As Dr. Kitamura talked about as part of the subcommittee work, two of my directors, Director Haley and Director Dillon, really worked with their team, and this was one of the models that came out. And then, of course, working with SRTA, they actually put out a questionnaire survey as well with the hybrid model that was initially and still is in the RTS plan, and also some variations of this AM/PM. And so this version, the 4-day a week, rose to the top, as did the hybrid schedule that's currently in the RTS plan. And so to be able to get some additional data, we will be putting out a survey to parents through Parent Square, and then also holding a forum on December 1st at 6 p.m. Zoom links to follow. We'll also obviously have translation services so that parents can give feedback. I know that Dr. Kitamura also attended the DLAC meeting, in which our parents asked lots of questions regarding these different types of schedules, and she was also able to sort of articulate the thinking around that. I think it's really important, as Dr. Kitamura talked about, the secondary models. We're sort of waiting to get some feedback from Dr. Mace about the 3 cohorts. I will say that Teaching and Learning did a very good job of creating about 5 or 6 models that were went sort of from traditional sort of to the hybrid model that you'll see already in the RTS plan, to very creative models and really thinking about things through the social and emotional lens. Although we didn't have any feedback yet from Dr. Mace, we had some very good discussions with SRTA and want to continue those discussions. One of the things that did come up was maybe taking the current plan, hybrid plan that's in the RTS model, and possibly flipping it so that asynchronous would be in the morning and Zoom time would be in the afternoon. Maybe that would be helpful to some of our middle school and high school students just with their schedules. And also still really looking at this idea of some sort of opportunity on Wednesdays for teachers to have sort of more in-depth time with students to be able to connect on a different level. So I really appreciate that place that we're at. We'll continue those conversations. And just like we're doing with elementary, we will put out a survey and also have some forums with parents to get feedback as well. And I do look forward to hearing what the other superintendents and you hear, Dr. Kitamura from Dr. Mace, about this, because it will make a huge difference in how we move forward with secondary
and how we're going to be able to phase that in. And so that is definitely some of the work that we'll continue to work on in teaching and learning. And with that, I turn it over to my new colleague, Hannah.
Thank you, Anna.
You're welcome.
And good evening, Board President Fong, members of the board, community. So safety and the health of our staff and our students and families remains a #1 priority for us. So early on, we began understanding from our staff, in particular, what their accommodation needs may be, and began taking requests early on in the early June, late June, early July. And so I want to give you a bit of information about the numbers of staff that we're supporting with accommodations. Right now, we currently have around 92 certificated staff that we are supporting with accommodations that look different based on the needs of the individuals. And we also have 57 classified staff that we are supporting as well with requested accommodations. In addition to that, we realize that there may be the need, as we think about the needs of our staff and the ability to return to school, the need for childcare. So we currently have a number of childcare services available on site, as Steve had mentioned earlier. And we have recently opened a childcare assistant pool on EdJoin, so that we have the potential for growing the number of childcare assistants on our campuses. As Anna was just mentioning about the surveys that are going out, once we've been able to collect data, we'll have a better understanding of what our staffing needs will be based on the needs that our families and our students are indicating. And with that, I will hand it over to Dr. Kitamura.
I can tell you, I am just loving the way my name is being pronounced correctly. So much, so often. My ancestors would be so proud. Okay, sorry. So that brings, we wanted to provide with the board the highlights of what we've been working on in the RTS plan to bring it up to date, to call it a 2.0. What is probably not being said that I do want to emphasize is the work that Caitlin Wayhall has done in actually putting into writing, historicalizing in the RTS plans, processes and protocols, things that she is on the forefront of the county, I'd say even, Northern California, maybe the entire state, where we're getting asked, or I'm getting asked quite often for the work that she's done so that they can copy it. So the best form of flattery is by copying, and they are definitely using Caitlin's work. So intertwined within that is much of her work, and we're very happy about that. Another thing that I wanted to mention was that there was grave concern with our VAPA, our visual and performing arts folks, because in the original RTS, it talked about because it came down from the CDE, that music, playing an instrument, choir was a high-risk activity. So that has been eliminated, is not considered a high-risk activity. And so that's no longer there. So I wanted to bring that point up as well. With that, I think that you will see in there, we have left some of the models in, and we are going to be TBD for the secondary models. We look forward to hearing more from all of our stakeholders, but between those two models at the elementary, it was pretty evenly split between the go to AM, PM and go to the cohort AABB type of cohort, which is why we want to go out to the parents and get some feedback from them. So with that, we wanted to provide you the highlights, and we are happy to answer any questions you might have before it goes to public comment.
I see Director Sheffield's hand up.
Thank you. And thank you for the update. I just, I'm thinking that maybe for some perspective, because we hear from the public about what other districts are doing, and I'm just wondering, can you, Diane, or any of you, I guess, talk about how or if we're looking at the successes and stumbles of other Bay Area school districts and how they've transitioned with staff and with students to RTS, because schools have opened and then they've had to pivot into different hybrid models and sometimes even on a week's notice. And there have been schools that have been forced to close campus, then reopened, and now are having to close again as of tomorrow. Assistant Superintendent Guzman talked about some creative models that we sort of pivoted and shifted to. So I'm just thinking that maybe you could share with us so that this public, it looks like there's over 200 participants on this call, and I know we get a lot of questions from the public about what other school districts are doing and what are we learning from them.
Yeah, so I want to brag a little bit about my teaching and learning staff led by Dr. Guzman, and that is, I think we're probably up to 6 pages, maybe even more, of a spreadsheet where we're collecting data from across the state and even across the nation specifically about the types of models they're using, what was the deciding factors, what have been the outcomes. So we have that from across the board, and the difficult part is every one of them is different. There's a few common things, but they're all very different. And I think the most important thing is they're not in purple. They're not in a purple tier. So what we want the public to know is that in comparing us to other counties, you have to look at what tier they're in. What's the case number? All of that factors into it. And so I can say, and I know you guys are saying, you as board members are saying this as well. If we are able to open safely, we would be open. And in comparison us to, let's say, Napa or Marin, before today or tomorrow, they weren't in purple. They were into red and orange, and San Francisco even into yellow. So that's really the biggest difference about why we are not able to open. And again, as we've said many times before, and this board has said, it's really up to the community for this infection rate to go down. It's really all up to all of us together to do that. Honor, do you want to speak to the work? I mean, the intense amount of research I've asked of you guys to do with regard to models and different ways.
Yes, I mean, I think thank you for acknowledging all their hard work, and they really have gone above and beyond researching. And I will even say that, from cabinet, we all sort of have colleagues out in different districts all across the state, reaching out to them. Part of when I was talking to Novato, he was very clear that part of that is really the success has been the phase-in model. They have had they've had to shut down a classroom or two, but they've continued on when that classroom has been able to reopen. It's also my understanding that the other feeder districts, Dr. Kitamura, I hope that I'm correct with this, are also really looking at an AM/PM model from the elementary perspective. Is that correct?
Yeah, they're yes. Okay. Ringgold USD was already on an AM/PM. Right now they're doing their distance learning that way.
So thank you. So I think just continuing to make sure that we are looking at best practices and also just collecting as much information as we can. We've even, as most of us now have had to do, are creating videos, and we've watched videos from different counties about their opening, just to give us some ideas and share that with both of our unions. And so keeping those conversations alive as well. But I'm going to go back to what Dr. Kitamura said about the fact that we're still continuing to be in purple, and that has made this very challenging.
I think the other thing that the community can rest assured about, and our teaching staff and classified staff can rest assured about, is that we mean what we say about being safe to return. So for our district, it isn't 3 isolation rooms. it's 24 schools with 24 isolation rooms, plus the district office, plus any kind of satellite buildings that we have. So everything we do in terms of safety is multiplied by about 30 in order for us to be ready for, which is much different than when a district maybe has 3 or 4 schools. So Omar, I see Director Medina had his hand up.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that I was going to bring up was, and kind of in relation to this, I believe it was Micah that maybe brought it up earlier, but just as you know, we get a lot of input and feedback from people. I think adding more transparency as to like the contact tracing or what's happening within our district, if maybe we could have some sort of dashboard or something that is publicly available that people are able to see, so that, you know, they're not constantly comparing us to other districts, but they can see what's actually happening internally. If we can maybe get something like that established, I think it would be helpful.
Yeah, Caitlin actually has a great start to a dashboard. I have wanted to wait until there were significant in numbers where you couldn't tell and pinpoint who was who. And I think we're probably at that point. I don't know, Caitlin, what would you say? Are we still a little bit too small to like divulge?
Yeah, we don't have too many cases to report.
So it would be easy to kind of figure out. And we've had some issues around that in terms of folks thinking that we're, you know, divulging information. And we're not. But once we hit that threshold where it can't be traceable to any particular person, we have the dashboard plan, the data is there. So yeah,
Well, Dr. Kibito,
when we can, we will definitely make it available. Go ahead.
Just on that point of transparency, there is a law that requires us to notify if someone is a positive, and we are following that law. We have done notifications to school sites where there has been a positive case. Again, back to Ms. Woyhall's idea of all the letters and protocols. So when we have a positive case, that's the employees that are on site do have a right to know, and they have been told as much as we can to not violate anyone's privacy. But we are absolutely currently following the law, and we're doing exactly that.
Any other questions from board members? I see no hands. So we are going to open this up for public comment. Again, it's a 2-minute time limit for this right now. Moderator, can we do that?
We sure can. So this is item E2. If you'd like to comment on item E2, please raise your hand and we will call on you when it's your turn. You'll have 2 minutes. We have a clock that will help you keep track of your time. And it looks like the first public comment is Kim McKay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi, my name's Kim McKay, and I'm a kindergarten teacher and have worked for Santa Rosa City Schools since 1992. I would like to thank Diane and her team for the hard work put forth for the RTS plan. I'm excited to get back into the classroom as distance teaching has taken the best thing about teaching out of the equation, spending time with 5- and 6-year-olds. I'm excited to be back with my little friends as soon as it is safe. That being said, I do have some questions about the specifics of being in the classroom and keeping the required 6-foot social distance apart to maintain safety. There is a sentence in item 12A of the SRTA SRCS MOU that states 6 feet physical distancing must be maintained, unquote. I have lost a lot of sleep wondering how I will do this. Who will tie my students' shoes when they come undone? What do we do about when a student comes out of the bathroom and can't button his pants? How will I keep my students happy if they have to sit at a desk for hours? They will not be able to play with any of the toys in the classroom, puzzles, read books from the bookshelf, sit at the carpet to hear a read aloud, work collaboratively, or play with each other. How do I support an energetic, wiggly students? How will the kids in the back of the class see the pages of my read aloud? I won't be able to walk around and show the photos and the illustrations and maintain 6 feet. How will I guide students to hold pencils or scissors properly? help them find a page in a workbook, or open a glue stick? How will I console a crying child, which in kindergarten is a real thing on a daily basis? I would like to hear what Santa Rosa City Schools' specific plan is for these daily occurrences in a kindergarten classroom. I have thought and thought about a typical day in kindergarten and have not come up with any solutions to these situations. I consider it my number one job to present young
Thank
students
you.
with a positive start in the educational path. I want them to feel connected and cared for. Please help me understand how the restrictions due to COVID, I will be able to support my students. I
Thank
need
you. Your time is up. Thank you.
specific strategies, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment is Susan Fries.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, good afternoon or good evening. President Kitamura, Dr. Kitamura, President Fong, Cabinet and board members. I'm just a little nervous. My name is Susan Fries and I teach fourth grade at Biala Elementary, where I have taught for 30 years. There is nothing I want more than to go back in person to teach my students. Teaching is my passion and it is what I have enjoyed for the last 33 years. My greatest concern about returning before it is completely safe and all the necessary protocols have been put into place is the reality that school will look nothing like it has in the past. I want to make sure that the parents and students are abundantly clear of such factors as students will be confined to their desks all day in the same cohorts, no moving around their 6-foot bubble, no sharing of materials, team activities, or partner work. Students will continue to work mainly on Chromebooks, just like they are doing now in distance learning. When we transition to hybrid, some students and teachers will stay remote, so many of the students will likely get new teachers and lose some classmates. The hybrid will not function as a typical classroom with class meetings, social events, or field trips. Many students live in multi-generational homes, so there is a potential to bring home the virus to older, health-compromised family members. There is also the potential for a child, parent, or staff member to become gravely ill and die, and this could cause children severe psychological damage. There will be the inability to monitor student safety when they go to the restroom and leave my classroom. I implore you as our elected leaders and our superintendent of Santa Rosa City Schools to make sure every single stakeholder is fully aware of what COVID-era school will look like, and encourage you to be very prudent and meticulous in deciding when it will be safe to return to school. We must do this correctly the first time. There is no margin for error. Thank you for your time and your utmost consideration of my points.
Thank you. Next comment is from Ann West. And just a reminder, we're taking comment on item E2. If you called in on a phone, you can press *9 if you want to raise your hand. Ann West. Ann, are you there? Could you please unmute? If you'd like to try again, Ann, please raise your hand again. We're going to move on to Matthew Davis.
Good evening. My name is Matthew Davis. I teach physics at Santa Rosa High School. I want to thank the board, Dr. Kitamura, my old friend Ana Guzman, Dr. Ana Guzman, and everybody else for all the hard work you've done. You did this summer, and these are tough times. And I don't envy you with this, these decisions you have to make. They're difficult. And I too, I pride myself as I've evolved as a physics teacher of being a more hands-on teacher with more project-based learning. And that's, I'm not really able to do that these days. And I miss my kids, I miss my students. And, doing it online it's better than nothing. But I too would like to get back with my students, but I have concerns as well. I'm 53 years old and I have to go help take care of my mother once a week. She's 80. Has respiratory issues, and I would hate to transmit something to her, COVID in particular. Two concerns, I'm just thinking through, it'll be interesting to see the secondary return to school models that are specifically developed. I'll really try and pay attention to those. Lab work, and of course there'll be kids who won't be there. They'll be doing distance learning, but lab work, the kids will have to wear gloves. Everything will have to be sanitized all the time, several times a day. It's going to be a challenge. I also am concerned kids are going to need to follow the rules. Kids are going to need, and in my 20 some odd years at Santa Rosa High, I work with kids, you try and be flexible, but this is a situation, in my opinion, where we really can't be flexible. They need to wear a mask, and if they refuse to, they need to be dealt with. And anyway, I have concerns about that. And my time is up. So thank you, everybody. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Next comment is Veronica Jordan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Superintendent Kitamura and board. With respect to your earlier conversation about segregation in schools, I just want to be clear that the rich white kids in our county are back in school. Presentation School, Sonoma Country Day, the Healdsburg School, St. John the Baptist, Summerfield Waldorf. Despite us being stuck in purple, vulnerable kids and kids of color are not, despite mounting evidence that schools, particularly primary schools, are reflections of disease activity in a community rather than super spreader venues themselves. In fact, in parts of Europe, even amidst intense lockdowns, schools are specifically being kept open. The central argument for reopening schools or remaining in distance learning pits this notion of staff safety versus benefit to the children. And I just want to be clear that the evidence is mounting about the harm that we are causing our children. Journal of Adolescent Health in July 2020, increasing use of substances. The Journal of American Medical Association, September 2020, grades 4 through 8, rise in symptoms of depression, self-harm, and suicide, a suicidal ideation. Journal of American Medical Association article just from this week showing that total years of life reduced due to deficits in education, a modeling study disproportionately affecting children of color, that because our children are missing out. We are not going to get our schools open if we wait for ideal conditions. These conditions exist nowhere in this country and will not, probably for at least another year, maybe 2, and maybe never. I know the teachers are scared, I get it, but we have to move beyond fear into action. Superintendent Mazzara said, we're ready, then let's go. Let's get our special ed and vulnerable kids back in school on January 5th, 2021, no waivers needed. And let's apply for a waiver while we're in purple to get our K through 3 back in school. We got to do this. We can't sit on this. Thank you.
Thank you. The next comment is Patrick Bailey.
Thank you. My name is Pat Bailey. I'm the father of a 5-year-old in TK at CCLA, and I hope he'll be attending soon, school in person soon. Thanks for the return to school plan. I'm also a licensed mechanical engineer with 25 years experience analyzing and designing green buildings, a past president of the local engineering professional association, and owned a small company that designed green and healthy buildings. I wouldn't normally put my credentials out there, but it's relevant to what I want to say. The RTS plan included a paragraph on ventilation that was of interest to me based on my background. Last week, there was an opinion piece in the Washington Post that made the case for the safe reopening of schools, especially for the younger kids. The piece was written by 2 professors from Harvard's T.H. Chan School of Public Health. I won't try and summarize the whole article, but in essence, the authors made the case for safely reopening schools with 3 feet of social distancing for the kids, not the teachers, and of course masks, if, and it's a big if, the schools could maintain sufficient ventilation. The author's threshold for sufficient ventilation was 4 to 6 air changes per hour. I read the article and the RTS plan and realized that in our mild climate, it's pretty easy to do that. Any building that had a new mechanical system put in the last 5 to 10 years is already required to flush the building in the morning. I built a simple spreadsheet for myself just to kind of figure out what could happen, and code minimum, if our buildings are being operated properly, they're getting 6 air changes per hour in the morning. If you open windows it can easily be 8 to 12 to even 20 air changes an hour. It depends if the wind is blowing. The heating bills will go up. Some mornings it's going to be cool, but the trade-off is increased safety, and it's well worth it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next comment is Will Lyon. Will, are you there?
Well, I had that $5 from before, but I'll be donating it now. This will line up with Santa Rosa teachers. I want to say first that teachers are eager to return to the school buildings, the way we did it in pre-COVID teaching and learning. We're careful to not say reopen schools. Schools are currently open. We have 16,000 students going to school right now and 900 teachers teaching. And there's a lot of learning happening, but we're not in the buildings. We're doing it digitally. And we want to be there as much as anybody else wants to be there. And we are committed to the high standards of safety and sanitation and social distancing that SRTA and SRCS have agreed to in the MOU. So it's got to be a both. The draft return to school plan that we're looking at, I don't know what percentage of change is there, maybe 10 or 15%. Most of what you're looking at, those changes were relatively minor. They were low level, they were non-controversial, and they don't need bargaining. They already matched the MOU that, at least for SRTA, it already matches the MOU that we already have in place from the summer. So that's a good thing. When Diane Kitamura asked us, is it okay that we go ahead and share this with the board and the community, even though it isn't finished, we agreed to that because we think it's important that our community knows all the hard work we put into reopening and that our board knows about that. And we also have some suggested changes that have been brought to us that do need bargaining if we agree to change it. It's important to note, we already have a perfectly good MOU that could allow us to go back into schools. If we come up with something better, we can renegotiate and amend that MOU. Specifically, and those are the changes that are marked, to be continued. If we change our daily schedule or a weekly schedule, we have to bargain that. But if we use the one that we already have, then we could skip that step. The other one is the phased in approach, which has been accelerated. When we first started looking at it, we were only going to bring in 25% of our students in red, and then K3 in orange, and then 4 through 6 in yellow. And now we're talking about bringing all of those people in when we get to red. I think I'll just comment now, red looks further away than it did yesterday or last week, right? I won't go into the details, but I know you believe me about that. So here's the deal, if we can come up with something better and we can agree to it, we can do that and bring it to you next time. Even if we don't, we could still be working on the dashboard, right? We have suggested a dashboard, we put it in our agenda analysis, we shared it with return to school plan. We shared it with them on Thursday. It didn't have time to get in for this draft here, but I'm heartened to say that people are already talking about that. The one that we modeled ours after is the one we're suggesting is modeled after San Francisco. And it's just a really clear way to see what they have to do before we can reopen and how far along they are. It contextualizes the work ahead of us if we're going to reopen this school year. We invite SRCS to work with SRTA on it. And we're glad, again, I didn't know it until now, but I'm glad to hear that you are working on one of those. Either way, before we reopen, we are going to have to answer the following questions. Have cohorts been identified and balanced schedules created? That's a heavy lift for HR and for counselors and for principals and vice principals who write these schedules. Have all safety measures been verified to be in place? We've come a long way. I don't think we've got them all yet. Have all stakeholders been informed of the health and safety protocols? Have all staff, parents, and students been trained? Are school facilities prepared to handle social distancing and hygiene? Is there a 3-month supply of PPE and cleaning supplies stacked on each site? Are instructional learning plans of technology fully in place? Are all labor agreements that are needed in place? So the draft that we have, we put the word draft on it too, and it looks like it's all red. I don't think that that's accurate, but I think if we could agree to a dashboard like this to share with parents and with communities and teachers, it would be helpful about helping us decide when we have the capacity to go in safely. Time is a factor. Earlier this year, we had 9 involuntarily transfers for elementary teachers that were like in the first few weeks of school. And it was just because more kids showed up at this school and not as many at this other school. It was a little bit more than normal, but it's still covered in our contract and we played it by the book, and it took us 3 weeks to do it. If we are gonna take 1/3 of our students and put them on distance learning for the rest of the year, as the parent survey suggests, that's gonna be about 300 transfers, voluntary or involuntary, to be determined through a process that, like I said, it took 3 weeks to do 9 of them. I don't think that's the most you can do in 3 weeks. I'm saying it's a factor. And remember, our counselors and our principals are already doing their normal workload to reschedule every student, to rewrite all the schedules. The more time that we can give them, the better. Saying all of that, we are right to be having this discussion. Our parents, our families, our students, our teachers, the board deserve to know all this work that we're doing. The virus has to behave, and we have got to meet those safety requirements. And then the teachers are ready to go in. We want to go in. We aren't the barrier to this, but we are going to hold everybody accountable to meet those safety parameters. Thank you for the extra time, President Fong.
Thank you. Next public comment is Robert Johns.
Hi again, my name is Robert Johns. I'm a school psychologist with the district's preschool program. I work directly with students ages 2 to 4 with pretty significant needs, mostly on the autism spectrum. I had a chance to read through the return to school plan as well as the supplemental documents related to our preschool program. I thought the plan was actually very well thought out and well written. I personally would feel very safe and comfortable returning for in-person learning under those guidelines. I am hopeful that we will be able to get our students back on campus for in-person instruction and know that our families are excited for that opportunity as well. We have a North Bay Children's Center community preschool located at Steel Lane. Their amazing teachers have been serving 3 to 5-year-old students safely since last spring without any significant issues. I see the students outside with masks, maintaining social distancing, and the students seem to be doing just fine and enjoying themselves outside and in school. In-person instruction can be done safely, even with the youngest of children. I have seen it firsthand, students 3 to 5 years old. The dangers of COVID are very real, but we must engage in nuanced conversations without straying too far into hyperbole. The data and the science suggest we can come back to school in some form safely. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment is Stephen Schultz.
President Fong, Steve Mazzara, and the rest of the board. My name is Steve Schultz. Oh, can you hear me?
We can, but if you could speak up a little, that would be helpful.
My name is Steve Schultz. I'm a speech therapist with the district, and I work with our ESN, STC ESN middle and high schoolers. And I love them and I miss them. And I miss our teachers, our amazing teachers that I get to work with. But I have some concerns, and I wanted to ask you about them because it's just not clear to me. Through no fault of their own, some of these students, some of our amazing students, couldn't possibly follow social distancing, couldn't keep a mask on, aren't able to control some of their bodily fluids. And it's, again, it's at no fault of their own, but how are we going to keep them safe? How are we going to keep ourselves safe? And it's been a big concern of mine and among the teachers as well. And it really makes me nervous. It makes me, frankly, I'm scared. I'm scared for them. I'm scared for myself. I'm scared for my family. I want to know how to stay safe in this situation. And so far, I don't know how. And I know you want us to stay safe. So I hope that you'll speak to that a little more clearly so I could understand better how that can even happen. I think I'll end there. Thank you again for all the work you're doing. I'm really glad to be a part of our district. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment is Sierra Bradley.
Hi there, how is everybody? Good evening. I just want to thank everyone, first of all, for all of the work that everyone has done to collaborate, to work toward the safe reentry of school. I know that we all want to be back. I participated in some of this work and I know how many hours have gone into it. I'm pretty alarmed by some of the information that I've heard in tonight's presentations regarding the RTS plan. They seem to highlight what seems to be a significant disconnect between what the district believes is happening and what teachers on sites are seeing. In my experience coming on site in a limited fashion, as well as in conversation with other site teachers, the protocols that I've heard described here as being, quote, in place are either not in place or have not been made abundantly clear to staff. From my perspective, other than a thermometer and a sign-in sheet, there are no screening procedures in place. Sanitation, as it is called, doesn't happen often. I've seen my custodial staff sign off on my classroom being quote unquote sanitized after the trash can is being emptied. That is not to disrespect the hard work that I know that they are doing, but emptying my trash can is not the same as sanitation. I encourage all of our board members and our district staff to come do some site visits, come unannounced, come to all of our sites, see what is happening and what is in place. Ask staff members who are on site where the isolation room is. Take a swipe of the thermometer that last week took my temperature at 84 degrees, see how clean it is. Please come see for yourself what is actually happening at your schools. Believe me, I'm ready to go back. I'm ready to be with my kids and I want to come back when Santa Rosa City Schools can show that the teachers and staff, the people in the building, that they have followed through with their word of what they have said tonight was happening. As far as I can tell from my classroom, this is not in place yet. Finally, I'd like to encourage our district in their surveying of parents. Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Next is Stacia Okura.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
I am a parent of a student in TK at CCLA, and I want to start again by thanking the teachers and our principal who are working so hard, and we appreciate them so much. And thank you all for pushing forward on this RTS plan. I have two main comments on our return to school plan. Number one, I see that Santa Rosa City Schools is planning to offer childcare and supervision for children in grades KA through 6 in the return to school plan, and I think that's great. But what is not so great about that is that the start of urgently needed full-time district provided childcare is now tied to the return to school date. Early on, Santa Rosa City Schools offered their own staff childcare, acknowledging that in order for a teaching parent to do their job, they needed to have childcare to supplement distance learning. Many parents in this community are not offered this luxury of childcare through their workplaces and have to continue working to support their families, resulting in high-risk children that are being harmed right now. And yes, there are great partnership programs with space available out there in the community, like at the Boys and Girls Club and City of Santa Rosa Learning Camp. But those programs have really high fees. They're $600 to $700 per month. And they are really, really great programs, but they're just entirely out of reach for many families in the community. And so there is a large opportunity in front of you right now to demonstrate your commitment to equity by funding full-time childcare and distance learning supervision for small cohorts at schools. For the most vulnerable students in our district, like special ed students and high-risk students. And we need to do this immediately, not waiting for a return to school start date.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next comment is Sarah Ponsford.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I want to start by thanking everyone for all of the intense work going into distance learning and all of the challenges our county has faced lately. I'm here speaking as the mother of a daughter with an intellectual disability, but also as the chair of the Sonoma CAC, our Community Advisory Committee for Special Education. And I just want to take a moment to highlight our local families of children with profound disabilities. I think it's important to acknowledge that for some of these children, Zoom is just not an accessible education. It's not an education they can access. And I know that the challenges are intense and that our county's in purple, but I do want to highlight that for these children, they're not receiving services, they're not receiving an education. And as a result, their entire families are in crisis. Their parents aren't able to assist other children in the family with their distance learning. And this isn't just true for our young elementary students, it's all the way through transition. And I know that I know special education teachers are giving it 100%. I know all of you are working on it, but for the families who are in the thick of this, they don't have time to come join these board members or board meetings. So I'm just here to draw attention to these students and say that I know we're in purple, but for many of them, the families are in crisis, and I just like to draw attention to that. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Excuse me. And this is the last call for public comment on item E2. I see another hand. Paul Poling.
Hello?
Wally, are you there?
Hello?
Can you hear
me?
us, Paul? We
Sorry.
can hear you.
Sorry. Yeah, just a couple things. One top of mind thing was just that please don't give the SRTA 3 times as much time as everyone else. Like, people get 2 minutes, you get 2 minutes. That's not fair to everyone else. They have the same voice as anyone else. So please intervene next time. And then another point is just that, you know, I think we're all, let's just say that a lot of the people on the board, I think, are sympathetic to the idea that we should be making public decisions based on science and not based on fear. We've had, I would say, 4 years of doing the opposite, and let's not perpetuate that in our board meeting. So I get that a lot of people, a lot of teachers are afraid of what's going to happen in the classroom and are afraid of infection, but please not be guided by like people's emotions about the thing, but about what science actually says of what's going on at other schools where they are going back, and let that guide your decisions and not people's comments about how afraid or not afraid they are. And the other point I'd like to make is that, you know, lots of people have spoken about the particular segments of our population that really need to be back in school and cannot even function, let alone academically, can't even function socially or within their families without school as the crutch that they need there for that. And please act on that now. Like, you don't have to wait for a different setting, like a different color for us to be in. You can get a waiver right now and put people back in school that are special ed and are other special needs. And you have, I believe, plenty of teachers that are willing to go back right now. Those that aren't as afraid of it, that's fine. They feel comfortable with the things that are in place, find them and have them go back and teach the people who really need that. And SRTA please be a partner in that and not just be a wall of like, we are either black, you know, black and white. We go back or we don't go back. It's just like an integral solution. No, like, figure out something creative and whereby you match up the teachers that are willing to go back with the students that really need to go back now.
Thank you. And our next comment's Rebecca Rocha.
Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Kitamura, superintendent and assistant superintendents. I really did not plan on speaking tonight. I'm actually at Kaiser in Oakland. My daughter's recovering from surgery. What prompted me to speak is the fact that I've been walking in and out of this hospital all day long, and my temperature has not been taken one time. I've been given squirts of hand sanitizer, and I have been allowed to be in the intensive care unit with my daughter, surrounded by doctors and nurses, at times without my mask on, and no one has hesitated to help my daughter. And I want to have that same contact with the students at our school who need us to contact them in person. So thank you for exploring a return to school plan. Like the previous mother that spoke, one of my 3 children is severely handicapped, and it does impact our entire family. Our children need to be seen. My son, who's typically developed in high school freshman year, started the year pretty strong, trying really hard. He's now got 4 Ds, and he says, Mom, I just don't know if I can do this anymore. He's not in Santa Rosa City Schools, but this is what is happening to our kids. And I feel safe working with students in person, and I would like to do so. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. And the next comment is from someone with the initial CLD. If you could please state your name for the record.
My name is Carmen Dalinger, and I'm a parent of a TK student and a 3rd grader at Santa Rosa French American Charter School. And I want to say that distance learning is not just negatively affecting students with disabilities. My students cannot handle distance learning, and it is having a serious negative effect on everybody's psyche in my household. If we can't get into school in the next year, I will pull my students from the Santa Rosa School District and explore other options. The impact that this is having on my family is intense and real, and there's not much more that we can cope with. So I hope everybody can hear all the different sides of this, the teachers, the students, and the families that this is affecting. It's incredibly serious. Thank you.
Thank you. President Fong, there are no more hands raised.
I want to thank everyone who took the time to comment. And obviously there's a huge variety of opinions out there and frustration everywhere. I understand that. Board, this is a discussion item. I see Omar Medina's hand up, and then Director Sheffield.
So just one question that I had in terms of return to school. Given the recent news around vaccines and such, I'm curious at where does that come into district policy? I know we often require students to be vaccinated, but is that something that's dictated by state law? Obviously, distribution is an issue, but in terms of as we look towards the future, is that something that would be decided outside of internally as a district as maybe a requirement to attend? Can somebody answer that?
Yeah, I could talk a little bit about vaccinations. You may recall there's been some changes in state law. There used to be medical exemptions, and those are kind of freely given out. And then they tightened the law again around only real existing medical conditions, and doctors could be challenged on that. So we expect, and we haven't heard anything COVID specific, but we expect the same kind of adherence to vaccinations. There were some exemptions as students worked their way through the system, but there were some hard inputs at 7th grade and kindergarten. No exceptions. Everyone had to be vaccinated. We expect that there will be just a very similar language at all grades before any return to student. There will be some kind of similar requirement that all students must get vaccinated unless there's a specific medical exemption. And I have a feeling that that'll be tightened up even further than it currently is.
But do we have any idea, timeline? I know it might be early right now, but when we might hear about that?
it would probably come up in next year's legislation coming. I don't know how they're going to apply it any differently. So, in other words, if you're already in our district and you haven't been vaccinated, right now the current law says you don't have to until you change districts. And so that happens for us at 6th to 7th. So I don't know if they're going to make that more specific. I imagine they would, but I haven't heard any legislation. I don't know if any board members have.
And I'd just like to move to extend the meeting to as late as midnight.
Lori, Director Medina moved to extend the meeting.
Did I hear a second?
Yeah. Director De La Cruz.
Can we have a vote on that?
Just all in favor?
Aye.
Hi.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, thank you. Omar, was that the rest of your discussion? Okay. Director Sheffield?
Okay, so knowing that this meeting's going long and we hope that it doesn't go till midnight, I'll be brief. I think first of all, I want to acknowledge a lot of what the comments from the public brought up, how that families are struggling and that our students are struggling, and that yes, indeed, the impact is real. Diane started the discussion by saying that we don't know what the virus is going to do. And so I want to just maybe talk a little bit on that. As of this morning, 5 Bay Area counties moved back into the purple: Alameda, Contra Costa, Napa, Santa Clara, and Solano. So we're no longer alone. What this is saying is that as a state, and it's happening all over the country, we're not doing the right things to stop the spread. We're not taking the steps that other countries have taken that allow students and staff to be safe on campus. Sonoma County, we never left purple. We're the only Bay Area county that never left purple. And I'm not sure the state would grant a waiver to our 16,000 students because of that. And it's not saying that we're not trying. Dr. Mays is doing everything she can. We just have a lot of challenges, a lot more challenges than other Bay Area communities have. I also want to state that we're going into the holiday months and flu season, and share some science-backed data, because there were comments that we're sort of this discussion is being grounded on fear and not science. Last Thursday, California reached 1 million COVID cases statewide. And we're seeing transmission and hospitalization on the rise across the state. And the possibility of a surge at our hospitals. And I can say this from a hospital standpoint: Sonoma County, we're prepared for a surge, but it doesn't mean that we don't need to act responsibly. Today, with the governor's announcement, Diane, that you had brought up, just to highlight that 41 counties, 94% of the state's population, will be in the purple tier tomorrow. Last week, only 13 counties were in the purple tier. And again, we're not talking about the holidays yet, right? I just, county by county, policy decisions are critical. And it's our responsibility to avoid creating a situation where schools are not responsible for creating the spread of the pandemic. I just want to end by saying that, we'll take a look at how things stand after Thanksgiving and after the December holidays. If we move out of purple, we'll see how things are in the new year. And lastly, I just want to say that I appreciate the work that the stakeholders are doing on this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Director Medina?
Yeah, just one question. I believe it's at our meeting on the 14th. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Kitamura. But is that when we'll be presented with another option as to whether to, as a decision as to what happens during the next quarter or semester? And if so, I don't know if we know what the recommendation might be at this point, or if that's
Yeah.
still with them.
Well, prior to printing on Thursday and prior to the governor's announcement today, we were under the impression from the county that by Thanksgiving, third week in November, we would be moving to red. And then giving us ample time after that to stay in there for 2 weeks and, you know, not even begin at the beginning in January when we come back, but really still giving us a few weeks, even at that point, to get things situated and make sure things are stable. That was based on that November, third week in November. Well, you know, yesterday's numbers were 125. All week it's been, you know, up in the high 80s. I'm like Jen Close. I look at that number every day. And sometimes I look at it at 10:30 at night to see what it is. Because it really is an indicator. Along with our equity index. I don't know, you know, how we're going to move that one as well. So that was when we went to print, that's what we were thinking, that it would be somewhere late January to February that we might be able to begin some in-person. I have to see what's going to happen now. And so at December 14th, based on this, it could be very much different than what we had planned to do. But like I said, for the sake of our students, for the sake of our parents, for the sake of our staff, we still have to be ready, even if it isn't in January and it's in February, even if it's not in February and it's March. I want to be ready to be able to bring kids back. If we continue to be in this situation with Purple, like Director Sheffield said, there is one application that is a non-private school. It's probably one of the smallest elementaries that could possibly have a waiver, and it's still not passed yet. So that's to give you some an indication. What I would want to do though is, as our parents have talked about, we must bring back our small groups of vulnerable population. That's special education and EL, foster youth, homeless. We have to bring them back no matter what happens. And how we staff that, we're going to have to work that out with SRTA and CSEA, because I think there are teachers who do, like we said, want to come back. But we'll work together. We'll work together with both of our unions to make that happen, and wait and see where this virus is going to take us. Because we are not going to jeopardize. We're going to maintain our health. And safety plans as we have since, you know, we started this thing. And I'm not going to say just since March now of 2019, but let's go back to October 2017. This district has been faced with crisis after crisis where we've had to deal with keeping people safe. We're going to continue to do that. So.
Director De La Cruz.
I wondered if you could also share, Superintendent Kitamura, you know, why private schools are being granted waivers and the distinctions that the state is making with regard to kind of where we are and the level of resource that is required. That I don't know the answer to this, like really this question, but I just wondered if you would help us as a community kind of walk through understanding why we are feeling so.
Yeah, I'll try to go down the list of things. One of the first things is facilities. We are required by the state to have what's called Field Act approval. In a private school, you can use as many buildings, whatever structures you have, and there's no regulations for that. So you can spread kids out without any kind of worry about the type of facility. So that's one. The second things are, what we don't hear are the numbers. The numbers of students in private schools, what I'm hearing, are very much smaller than what we have. So they're able to social distance, you know, in much different ways than we are. With regard to resources, There is, and I don't know this for sure, I haven't seen it, but what I've been told is that the ability to provide different kinds of protective measures is much different than a public school. The way that buildings are filtered, the way that the PPE is delivered, there's plexiglass between each. So there's just some different things that they're able to do. But I think the most important piece of it is that we're not hearing how many students are actually being served. We're hearing these private school waivers are being open, but from some schools, I'm hearing like 20 kids being served. Well, in our school district, we have to serve 15,000 students. So that's a much different type of environment that we have to be extra carefully sure about in order to bring kids back. I also wonder, this is a wondering, I don't know this for a fact, but if there is the ability to have childcare in a way that kids are on a schedule at a private school where there may not always be there at one time, but there's resources for childcare and other aftercare that our families don't necessarily have. And the parent that talked about childcare, you bet this is a huge piece of what we have to do. And like you've said, as a board, as a community, we cannot be the sole responsibility for all childcare. So that's where our community partners, and yes, we're working well with, the one North Bay and things like that, but I'm talking bigger than that. I'm talking about, there's a lot of employers in this county. We're not the only employer. We want to provide childcare and we're doing it, but what are the other employers doing? So I think all those factors are a part of why, waivers for private schools over and over and over seem to be much easier for them to get approved by both the county and the state.
Thank you.
I would like to just give a shout out and appreciation to Caitlin Wayhall.
Yes.
Caitlin was a math teacher at Rincon Valley Middle School just last June, I think. And she has done a steep learning curve in getting a bunch of stuff out for COVID-19, and it's excellent work as far as I've seen it. So good job.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Top notch. So President Fong, this is a discussion item. Sorry, Director McCormick has her hand up.
Go ahead.
I just want to say I appreciated Director Medina's question about vaccines and vaccinations, and I think that's something we should start thinking about sooner rather than later as far as what our policies are going to be on that, in particular the COVID vaccine. I know, best case scenario, mass producing's like late spring, but we'll see. But I think that needs to be worked in there. I have so much appreciation for the work that has gone into this document. It's just such a heavy lift, and there's so many factors, and the rules keep changing, and it's overwhelming. And I really appreciate the work that our teachers are doing, trying to figure out a way to teach in this scenario. I appreciate the work our parents are doing and our students are doing, trying to be successful in this scenario and how hard that is. And I just want to encourage the team and all the stakeholders that are working on this plan to keep, as you are, developing, improving, and moving this plan forward, because we do absolutely need to be ready. And I think I lean heavier on the side of trying to get us back as soon as possible. That's my personal belief. I know there's a lot of things involved, but I am a very strong believer in that if there's any possibility at any level, starting small, taking steps forward, I just want to keep encouraging you to keep pushing, continue to develop the plan, improve the plan, and keep taking steps forward. And I appreciate the prioritizing that's already starting to happen on what are the, our most in need populations that we need to get back first, because obviously this is not going to be like a light switch and everything's just going to come back on. I think it's going to be a very slow step, and we're going to start very small and work forward. And so I think we need to continue to prioritize. I think that's very important, because it's going to, I think it's going to open up small, really small. But I just want to encourage you to don't get stuck, keep moving forward, find ways to move forward. Any ways we can get ahead and be ready, we need to, because we will not be here forever. But I think a phase-in plan is going to happen of some sort. And I just want to keep encouraging you to look forward. Thanks.
Director Medina.
Yeah, just one more thing. Superintendent Kitamura, when this comes back to us, Director Close talked about our fiduciary responsibility earlier. If we could also maybe have some numbers as to what a cost might be associated with the return to school plan, because there's a lot of components that are a part of that, especially given our potential revenue loss due to enrollment now. I think that's something that we definitely have to keep into consideration. So if you could bring figures next time around, that would be great.
That's a great point, and you will see it in the first interim report on the 14th as well. But we will be sure to add any other detail that will tie directly to returning to school. So that's an excellent point. Thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone.
President Vaughn, we only have one translator tonight, and we have really just actually spent him. We burnt him out.
Here's what, he's done. It was full on translation, 6 o'clock. He asked who was still listening on the Spanish channel, and nobody raised their hand, so we let him go.
Okay, if we can maybe watch, do we have the ability to watch the channel, the other side, the attendees, and that they can email or chat with somebody, one of us, so that if they do need translation, I think we have some board members that might help in that instance if somebody comes on. Okay. Adina, or Beth, can we see that? Can that be available?
Beth, is that something that you're able to check?
Are you able to see it on the other attendee side? Okay, we'll check. Adina, can you check offline, and then we will be cognizant to maybe ask every little bit of time to see if I see there's 161 attendees. If we see new people come in, whether or not they might need translation.
Okay. Yeah, I think, do you want to announce that now in Spanish, or?
Sure, if you want to just say that, because if people are watching or anything, yeah, I think that'd be great.
So, si en algún tiempo alguien que necesita traducción viene a esta llamada o esta reunión, nomás lo tienes que pedir en el. So I'm telling people to put it in the chat in Spanish. What's the best direction here?
They cannot hear the chat, or see the chat, our attendees of the meeting. So we would have to just announce it periodically. And we have no way of knowing if there's someone in the Spanish channel.
So, si alguien está escuchando y ocupa traducción, nomás tiene que levantar la mano. So if I'm telling people that they would have to kind of say, raise hand, is that something that they're able to do?
I think we're just going to have to ask periodically. Raise your hand if you need Spanish translation.
Okay.
I did ask twice during the meeting, quiet points. You can tell my voice is almost gone. I did ask people to raise their hand when there was when you guys weren't talking, to see whether anyone's listening actively in Spanish who needed to continue to listen in Spanish. And both times, no one responded. I'm just sort of.
You lose your voice.
Yeah, well, I'm getting there. Well, 4 hours without stop is hard.
I know.
Yeah, so there's no way for us to know except for when people start speaking in Spanish, unfortunately.
Okay, we'll take care of them.
We got you, Dan. Thank you.
Thank you for your understanding.
We used to do 15, 18 hours. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that or I'll die.
Thank you, Dan.
All right.
Tea
I'll
with
see you
honey,
later.
tea with honey. President Fong, Director Omar Lopez.
So what if, sort of how we do timers as a background, maybe if we had someone do their background that said, if you need Spanish translation, raise your hand, so that way we don't have to keep saying it every so often.
Why you're so smart?
Can you tell us how to do that?
Why are you so smart? Adina, can you do that?
I
Adina,
can figure that out, yes.
Thank you.
Oh
You're
my
so
God,
smart.
Omar. Thank you.
So smart. You're so smart.
Is
And so tall.
bus while driving. Okay, good. We're moving on to item 3. Action item, approval of the Career Technical Education Incentive Grant for Elsie Allen High School.
Dr. Guzman.
Thank you, Dr. Kitamura, and President Fong and members of the board. Tonight, the Teaching and Learning Department does bring forward, hopefully, your approval of the CTIG Incentive Grant for Elsie Allen High School. This is very exciting. We received this grant and then pretty much we went into COVID. And so I apologize for the late delay in having this approved, but it is a very exciting opportunity for our district. We did apply for over $1 million, and what we received is $610,636. This grant was written under our LEA. We don't write this specifically for a high school. However, it's exciting to understand that this grant will not just support Elsie, but also support CTE teachers to have professional development, that will continue to build upon our existing relationships with our community colleges and also our industry. We will have opportunities for our students to have career exploration. We also have time to really work together with our teachers, making sure that we have work-based learning opportunities. And also one of the things we're really excited about, obviously, is to provide funding for teachers to have trainings that are coherent throughout the district. But also we understand that there's a need, as we've talked about a little bit today in 3 different reports, I think, about the Southwest. And how do we create a pipeline for Cesar Chavez so that we as a district could be the first in Sonoma County to be able to have a K-12 dual immersion pipeline. I think that's really exciting. No other districts have had that opportunity. And so we really want to look at the idea of working together to create 3 to 4 strong CTE pathways. Elsie has a current strong ag program. We also want to look at arts, media, and entertainment and performing arts pathways, possibly engineering. And as I was stating before, to really support that transition and that K-12 pipeline to business and finance and international business. Prior to being shut down, Dr. Kitamura and cabinet was able to meet with the Elsie Allen leadership team twice. And then we also met with them just a couple weeks ago via Zoom. Lots of good questions and really wanting to work with Cesar Chavez to really understand what their needs and desires are moving forward. After hopefully the approval tonight, we are going to have to work on the budget a bit because obviously we looked at it through the $1 million lens. We used a lot of our supporting matching funds in teacher salaries. And also what's exciting about this is that the professional development that we can offer here for Elsie Allen teachers could also be throughout the district. And also, I think there's a line in there around the 60 teachers being CTE qualified. That's really through the lens of the district and not specifically Elsie Allen. There's a timeline that's in the board document. It's a working timeline. We obviously want to be approved tonight so that we can get going on that. I know that Principal Albavera is very excited, understanding that really the focus is going to be creating a strategic plan to really support a portrait of a graduate specific to Elsie Allen High School, and really bringing in that whole perspective of dual immersion and K-12 and what is that going to look like. They also are cognizant of the fact that it's been a trying year. And that they've been asked to do a lot as teachers and as a community. So we will offer lots of supports from Teaching and Learning to be able to make this happen. We are very excited about this opportunity. And the last thing that I want to talk about, and I really don't have any specifics just yet, but prior to our last meeting with the Elsie Allen staff, Dr. Kitamura and I were contacted by the CTE Foundation. And they have some funders who are very interested in looking at funding, flipping a high school, so to speak. And what could that look like? And so I know there's always concerns about grant funding and what happens when that goes away. How do you continue to support that? And I will tell you that, well, people have a hard time saying no to Dr. Kitamura's ideas because they're pretty profound. So I think that the chances of us getting this additional funding is going to be quite good. And also will then give us the opportunity to move beyond the grant and really support this work. And so we're very excited. We're happy that the teachers at Elsie Allen High School are so open to this. And I look forward to really kicking this off in January, and also having SRTA and CSEA at the table as well, so that when we make these decisions moving forward, this really is group thinking, group thought, and really how do we create something super spectacular in that Southwest area. So with that, I turn it over to the board.
And prior to that, as Dr. Guzman said, continuing the work that CCLA and Cook are doing, continuing that into Elsie Allen High School, I think is super exciting. That international business and finance is really going to be the housing for ethnic studies and social justice. That's very important to the students that have been pulled at Elsie. And so, and it's different. And I think something really exciting as we create the teachers through Elsie and SRJC and SSU that we want to come back to Santa Rosa City Schools. So yeah, super exciting.
Board members, questions? Director Manieri.
First of all, I'm super excited for this, but I don't want to take up too much time giving comments. So my question is around the CTE credential teachers. Just if you can speak more to that. Is this going to be a barrier for hiring, or in the future? How will teachers that are providing the project-based learning come up to speed with this kind of certification? So I'm just wondering if you can talk more about that.
Sure, I'm happy to do so. The good news is we have about 1.5 years, so that we don't have to implement this right away. So we'll be able to provide support to teachers who are interested in moving on and wanting to getting their CTE additional credentials. But not every teacher that teaches there has to be part of that rotation, does not have to be, but those teaching within that pathway should be. I also think that there's opportunities for project-based learning, not just, I've heard this from other high schools that are interested in having that training. So that's something that we're going to be offering up this summer for all teachers within the district. And then there's going to be teachers who are maybe not excited or wanting to do this. And, that's where it's exciting that I have my new colleague, Anna, to be able to work with. And so offering other opportunities for them within the district as well. I don't want it to be a barrier. But I also want to make sure that if that's an interest of teachers, that we have the resources in place to be able to offer that for teachers with enough time so that it's not an extra stressor.
Thank you. My other question is if this is, or if the CTE, the project-based learning will be in alignment, or if there's some sort of vision in alignment with our specialist certificate.
I think that's a great question, and definitely in alignment. It's another opportunity for students within our district to be able to participate in the specialist certificate. I think unfortunately COVID's had a huge impact on just really being able to make that rise this year. And so I think this is just another way to re-engage the specialist certificate and really look at it through the lens at Elsie. But not just keep it there, that really look at it through the whole district, but I think that it'll be a great hub to be able to support that.
And my last question is around the different CTE tracks that will be offered. Is this being decided based off of resources or teacher interest or student interest? I'm just wondering how the decision around the CTE tracks available to students is being made.
That's a great question. Obviously want to support the pathway for ag since it's quite strong. And then in speaking with the team at Elsie Allen High School, we talked about the fact that we also want input from them and from students. One of the things that was very clear from the teachers is that really engaging with the work, as Dr. Kitamura talked about, that has happened at Cook and Cesar Chavez. and hence the international business and finance to be able to provide that K-12 continuum. Engineering was written into the grant, and we were very clear that, that's how it was written. It doesn't have to stay that way. That it really has to come from within. Hence the whole idea of the strategic plan and the graduate profile. So it's really, that's going to lead what those CTE pathways are going to look like.
Also, there was a survey done. There's so many surveys, I can't remember which one.
Okay.
For students about what they wanted. And what they really wanted was how to run a business, how to operate a business, and ethnic studies. And so we built that international business because you needed a CTE pathway that could fit into that arena of wanting to have my own business and ethnic studies to become a social worker or to become a teacher. So that was one of the surveys. I can't for the life of me remember what we were surveying the students, what that was about, but it came from the students. So.
Thank you.
Director Medina.
Just a question that I have in terms of our graduation requirements. And well, one of the things that I've mentioned before is the idea of maybe developing courses that meet our graduation requirements, but simultaneously maybe our applied education, like CTE related. Are there limitations as to how CTE related funds can be spent that aren't allowed to be used for courses that might meet graduation requirements? I think that's something that I've heard in the past, but I'm not sure.
Dr. Kitamura, did you want to answer that? I mean, I don't believe.
One more time, Director Medina.
So like with CTE funding, are there limitations that don't allow CTE funding to be spent in developing any courses that might help to meet a graduation requirement, for example?
Is there limitations about the funding that for a course that might not meet graduation requirements? Is that right?
Or help meet graduation requirements.
Well, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. This thing called link learning that we really tried hard to get off the ground here, where it is, oh, Jesse's there. He could probably answer this better than me, but where it is really learning about the core content through the CTE format. And that's why the work-based learning component of this is so important, because we know that kids at ELSI could graduate at the top with college prep classes if the class was a different class with work-based learning attached to it. So it's definitely what we want to explore. In fact, some of the funding will be for ELSI's own work-based coordinator to connect students with real work-based opportunities outside of the high school, and also for teachers to have externships in the summer to help understand the whole work base and student school content areas. So I think my long-winded answer is yes, it can be used for that arena.
Yes.
If I may add, well, first of all, good evening, President Fong and Dr. Kitamura, members of our board. Just add just real quick to Director Medina's question. A lot of it also depends what type of funding we're using. We have different funding sources. There's some that are more restricted than others. Like this one that we're proposing is to enhance programs. So like how we wrote it. And then there's other funding like Dr. Guzman had mentioned and Dr. Kitamura that we're always pursuing that maybe are more flexible and allow a little bit more. Like CTE Foundation is a good source. That one is not tied up to state funding or federal funding. So it all depends on what level of funding and where we're getting it from.
I see no other hands for questions. So we are going to open this up to public comment. Beth, are you there for public comment?
Can you hear me now? Thank you. $5 for me. If you'd like to comment on item E3, please raise your hand at this time. And we're going to Gabe Albavera.
Good evening, everyone. Hope everybody's doing well. It's been a long almost 3.5 hours, but I'm excited to be part of this discussion. Really appreciate the work that the Office of TNL, as well as our superintendent, including the directors, have done to communicate this information to our staff. It's really important. Our staff is ready. We're excited. We want to make sure that we have everything available for all students that are looking into something different. You know, in talking to our staff individually, they're already planning. Just off the top of my head, our ag department, I've touched bases with our one of our teachers, Sarah Riddick, who's really excited for this. Ricky Alcala, who is one of our Spanish department chair, is really excited in trying to establish some sort of a field work type of setting for students to be able to go into our community and start working, utilizing their bilingualism in the community. And just across the board, really excited. Also looking into having those opportunities that Dr. Kitamura stated about the possibility of getting A through G courses in a bilingual setting. We have right now the ability to be able to have a bilingual teacher in math, for example, that could teach Math 1 and Math 2. And we're blessed to have right now a teacher that is a Spanish teacher that also could teach French as well. So we're looking, again, international. I think it's a great idea. And I'm really hoping that we can really work together to really establish a real strong program for our students that are coming through us through CCLA/Cook. So thank you. I appreciate the time and looking forward to continuing this work with everybody here, as well as our staff at Elsie Allen High School.
Thank you. And there are no other hands raised for item E3.
And in case anyone didn't know, Gabe Albavera is Elsie's principal, Elsie Allen High School's principal. Director McCormick.
I would like to make a motion that we approve the approval of the Career Technical Education Incentive Grant for Elsie Allen High School.
I'll second.
All right, that was moved by Director McCormick, and I think it was seconded first by Director Sheffield.
Director Lopez.
Aye.
Director McCormick.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director Manieri.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director Close.
Aye.
Director Medina.
Aye.
President Fong.
Aye. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Guzman, for presenting that to us. And Jesse Damian, thank you for weighing in on that, Link Learning and the grant. All right, we are moving to item 4. It's an action item. The Cesar Chavez Language Academy Charter, approval of the material revision to give priority enrollment to students residing in the current Cook boundaries.
And Dr. Guzman will present this item as it's a continuation of our movement forward with the Cook CCLA merger and the impact and what we're going to do to mitigate that.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Kitamura, President Fong, members of the board. We are asking for approval tonight of the material revision to the Cesar Chavez Language Academy Charter to give priority enrollment to students living in the Lawrence Cook boundaries. As we've talked about tonight, with the dissolution of the Lawrence Middle School boundaries and the closure of Lawrence Middle School in June 2021, the Cesar Chavez Language Academy needs to address the needs of students residing in the current Cook boundaries. Priority will be given to those students who apply to CCLA. As you know, this has been a process with the closure of Lawrence Cook that we've been going through for the last 2.5 years. We appreciated the work of the merger committees, the stakeholders at CCLA and Lawrence Cook. And so with that being said, we want to make sure that we do give priority in element H for students entering for next year and thereafter, residing within the footprint of the Lawrence Cook. The first priority that they be admitted before all other applicants. This is something that was asked for through the merger committee. It's something that we've talked about ongoing. And it's also not the first time that we've done something like this within the district. And so with that, I turn it back over to Dr. Kitamura.
President Fong, any questions?
Questions to the board? Well, let's move to public comment on this item, item 4.
So if you would like to comment on item E4, please raise your hand by clicking the raise hand button. And perhaps this would be a time to call for any Spanish speakers who might want to comment on this.
So, si hay cualquiera persona que está escuchando que necesita hablar en español o hacer su comentario en español, aquí estamos para servirles. Nomás hay que levantar la mano.
And there are no hands raised, President Fong.
Okay, and thank you, Director De La Cruz. Do we have discussion on this? Director Medina.
I'd like to move to approve the material revision for the Cesar Chavez Language Academy Charter to give priority enrollment to students residing in the current Lawrence Cook boundaries.
And I'd second.
All right, thank you. That was moved by Director Medina and seconded by Director De La Cruz.
Director Lopez.
Aye.
Director Medina.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director Manieri.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director McCormick.
Aye.
Director Close.
Aye.
President Fong.
Aye. Thank you. That passes. We're moving on to action item number 5, approval of the SIPSA and school site safety plans.
Thank you, President Fong. We apologize for having it in 2 different locations in both the consent and as well as under discussion. We originally were going to have it under consent, but decided that we should probably move it here to discussion because it's a little different, where we have a connection between the site safety plan as well as the SIPSAs. And we also had a chart that included some funding numbers that we thought there might also be some question about. So with that, I turn it over to Assistant Superintendent Mazzara to introduce staff and also to continue on.
Thank you, Dr. Kitamura. President Fong and board members, I do want to introduce Elizabeth Hernandez. Elizabeth Hernandez is our state and federal coordinator this year. She's come as an addition from Southern California and done a fantastic job. And so one of the things that she's very talented at is taking a complicated subject and explaining it very succinctly. So we kind of developed our board report around that. Board members, you've been approving SIPSAs for a number of years. Every year it is an annual process that we generally now include during our LCAP, LCFF conversations. So previously we've approved those in May or so, or the first meeting in June, where we take our LCAP money, we take our state and federal money, we put that together in the single plan for student achievement. So we generally incorporate those. In the spring, this last time, because of COVID-19 pandemic, we were exempted from that. And so then we were cycled into this year. The state has exempted LCAP for school sites and their process this year, but not the federal, state, and federal dollars. So the school sites still had to go through their version of that for the title dollars. And so that's what we're presenting to you, basically a Title I update for school sites and their spending. Elizabeth Hernandez has worked with principals over the last month to really fine tune their dynamics of what's going on at their school sites. Board members, you may remember over the last couple of years, our principals have come to you every month and done a presentation, talked about their highlights and their goals and their resources. And so that they have incorporated those into their SIPSAs, and that's kind of an example of what you're seeing here. Additionally, what we're doing extra, as Dr. Kitamura alluded to, is our board policy talks about school site safety plans coming to us in February. That's an off cycle because then the school sites come back in May or so. And so because we had this moment and we didn't get those all done in the window we had before the COVID last year, we're kind of bringing that together at the same time. I want to apologize for some school sites. There's a lot they've been working on. There are a number of school sites that did not get everything wrapped up in their safety plan. It could have just been a couple of signatures from members. And so they'll be bringing those back as a consent item in December to make sure we wrap that up completely. One thing on the school site safety plans I do want to note is that a year ago, law changed where our local police department and fire department also have to do sign-offs. And this year, the SRPD and SRFD are in the middle of determining that. And so these plans do not have that sign-off yet. When they sign off, if there are any changes that they recommend, we'll bring those back at that point. Last thing I just want to note is in the grid, we do have links that are available in the PDF. The link is not available for the site safety plans outside of Santa Rosa City Schools. Education code requires us to be a little diligent if there's any safety information to release to the public. And if there's any public members that do want access to the site safety plans, they make a request to their principal and we'll provide that, making sure there's no safety information that shouldn't be released to public. And so with that, I'll take any questions from the board members as best I can. I do want to note, members, we may not have every principal here this late. And if there's a question you may have about one of an individual school's plan, I'll ask that the principal try to get that information back to you, and hopefully it won't forestall the approval of that site safety plan. But I do want to make sure to answer any questions you have if it's specific to school sites. And back to you, President Fong.
I see Omar Medina's 3 fingers up. I think that means raising his hands.
Boy Scouts salute.
Yeah, thank you. I think it was like earlier in the year when I was reviewing some of like site council minutes around site safety plans. I think that's when I realized that our timeline was extended. But one of the concerns that I had was just in terms of process. Looking at minutes of site councils, reviewing the safety plans, it seems like oftentimes like meetings were missed or meetings didn't happen. And I'm wondering if maybe that's a process, like, you know, for the long term, something that we need to revisit maybe when they begin that process so that we make sure that we meet the timelines that we need to meet. And if there's been these new added requirements with SRPD and SRFD, maybe adding more time as to when they begin around that process.
We definitely have to look at that timeline. What's also is we want the plan to make sense for the school site. We want it to be meaningful, and plans in the middle of the year are using what's likely to be a year-old source of data and making plans around that. So we want to try to make it really where they're using some real formative data to try to put that together. Again, the cycle seems to be off. So we're going to really work through where we are now and then discuss whether or not we need to bring a change to board policy and move that cycle somewhere. It could also be that it maybe comes right at the beginning of the school year. So they're reviewing data at the end of June, revising that right away, and then making any safety plans that's immediate. It just doesn't make a lot of logical sense, I think, as you're pointing out, in the middle of spring to bring site safety plan differences for data that's over a year old and school site safety plans that could happen at school. So I want to kind of use this as a pilot to see what the alignment of the SIPSA and the safety plan feel like to school sites. And then we'll reflect after that with Ms. Hernandez's help.
I also want to acknowledge that in the past, in previous years, really SIPSAs and safety plans and some of these federal and state requirements have really been more about compliance, just to be very frank, and that it was kind of a boilerplate, you fill in the blank. I mean, let's just get real. And we can't do that anymore. We just can't. And so slowly but surely, we've been changing things and getting things aligned to data, aligned to LCAP, aligned to funding. And now Ms. Hernandez is going to take it and knock it out of the park. So this isn't about compliance. It really is about safety. It really is about involving a community at the site council level to make real decisions about what happens at the schools with the funding that they get, especially title dollars, which, you know, need to go exactly where they are meant to go for our kids who deserve them and need them. So we have such great confidence in Ms. Hernandez really helping our entire district to see how important it is that these plans are timely, that they're real, and that the community, their individual school community, has input to it.
And Dr. Kimura, I'll add to that one last thing, is that they're also expended in the year the students are served. And that has been a big thing that we've been reviewing with our FPM. We put a lot of money into sometimes personnel positions, and you know that the difficulty we have in filling those low-end positions, and therefore the students aren't being served. So Elizabeth has really done a good job of working with principals to really talk about alternative ways to do it. It could mean, instead of hiring an instructional aide, we give a teacher an additional prep period, and they're doing and supporting students after hours, things like that. So really appreciate her insight and kind of taking it to that next level.
Yeah, okay, I'm going to say one more thing. Her insight and her experience has even helped Joel, Joel Dantos, in terms of the way that he looks at things with regard to title dollars. Now, how about that hire? We get someone to come in that helps people across the board learn and experience different things. So I'm so appreciative, Elizabeth, so appreciative.
That's definitely 11. I remembered close.
Hey, Ms. Hernandez, nice to meet you. Nice to see your work. Good job. Board members, I have a question if nobody else has a question. This is actually Dr. Kitamura, probably for Elizabeth, but Dr. Kitamura, were COVID plans in each school safety plan a requirement or not because it's a district thing?
Steve and Elizabeth can answer that.
Elizabeth,
and then
please.
Director Close has her hand up too.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Steve.
Thank you, President Fong. And I also would like to say thank you so much for the warm welcome that I have received in Santa Rosa City Schools and for the kind words you said about my work this evening. It's been a pleasure to work with the principals in developing these site plans as well as the safety plans. To address the question about adding COVID to the safety plans, that was not a requirement. However, we realized now that we were taking extra time on the plans that these plans need to be authentic and they need to demonstrate the world that we're living in. And so they address both distance learning as well as learning during a pandemic. Who would have thought, right? So working with Caitlin that we met earlier this evening, she developed the response to pandemic that has been included in all of the safety plans.
And thank you very much for that. And Director Close.
Actually, forget it. Thanks.
All right. It is time now to take public comment as I see no other questions. Moderator, do we have public comment on this agenda item?
Please raise your hand if you'd like to comment on agenda item E5. There are no hands raised.
Do we have any comments on this item, board members? Mr. Medina, Trustee Medina.
Just move to approve the SIPSA school site safety plans.
Second.
All right, before we vote, I would like to say one thing on it. Principals, I know that you are very busy. I know that you're working very hard. And I know that school site safety, single plans for student achievement are one thing. A safety plan is another thing. Having lived with both for many, many years, they are living documents. And they need to be real and they need to be very personal to your school. As the rest of the principals get theirs in, I would like to see them. Many are not there. And I'd like to see the personal piece of that specific school site, who's going where, what's going to happen when there's this kind of drill, that kind of drill, that kind of emergency, because of course, school safety has grown exponentially in the public consciousness and what we need to do for our kiddos. So I like to see not so much template stuff and not so much just title numbers and stuff. I would like to see what is your staff actually doing? Who's in charge of what? How do we do things? Because if it's a living document, it needs to be living. It needs to be on everyone's forehead, every single classroom, every single staff member.
Very good.
So President Fong, we will bring that back as a discussion item and not as a consent. The rest of the SIPSAs. Okay.
All right, so I think we had a motion by Director Medina and a second by who? Director McCormick. Director De La Cruz, was that your second or do you have a comment?
Well, I think we both did it at the same time, but Jill's got it.
Okay. Medina.
Director Lopez.
Aye.
Director Medina.
Aye.
Director McCormick.
Aye.
Director Manieri.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director Close.
Aye.
President Fong.
Aye. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Agenda item 6, action item.
Yes.
Hey, board.
Before we do that, I mistakenly said SIPSA. I meant to say safety plans. We will bring them as a discussion, not as a consent.
Okay.
Sorry. And this is a item 6, CSBA board policy. Assistant Superintendent Mazzara, I'm going to let you go ahead and introduce this.
President Fong, board members, Dr. Kitamura, thank you. As you have noted, board, we've been bringing various CSBA policies forward the last couple months. In this batch, we have a number of administrative regulations that are attached to previous board policies. That came through. Administrative regulations generally are just an information item, but in this process, we're just bringing them forward for transparency purposes. There is 2 board policy notes. One is a new COVID recommendation, and we've reviewed that COVID-19 board policy as a reflection against our current practices, our MOU. But we'd like to have that in policy, and that's kind of the most significant. Otherwise, there's a mild change to a uniform complaint board policy that updates it with recent law in terms of accountability and which office it lies in. And with that, I'll turn it back to the board.
Questions? Director McCormick.
I don't have a question. I was going to entertain a motion.
After we take public comment.
Okay.
Hi, Roberto Galvez. All right, so moderator Beth Burke, comments, please. Any comments?
You asked for it very nicely. Please raise your hand if you'd like to comment on item E6 by clicking the raise hand button. I see no hands raised.
Okay. Director McCormick.
I assume we need to read them all out.
Just like we did last time, just the actual title as they're listed there in E6.
Okay. So I move make a motion to approve the CSBA board policy and administrative regulation updates for BP 0470, BP 1312.3, AR 1312.3, E 1312.3, AR 5113, AR 5131.41, AR 5141.22, AR 5141.52, AR 5144, AR 5144.1, AR 6159, AR 6159.1, AR 6159.2, AR 6173.4 and AR 6175. That's a lot of work. Good job, you guys.
Turnbull, good job. Good motion.
I second.
All right, so that was moved by Director McCormick and seconded by Director De La Cruz.
Director Lopez,
Aye.
Director McCormick,
Aye.
Director De La Cruz,
Aye.
Director Manieri,
Aye.
Director Sheffield,
Aye.
Director Close,
Aye.
Director Medina, President Fong.
Aye. All right, that brings us to consent items, and we're items 2 through 10.
Move to approve items 2 through 10.
We are going to take public comment on this as well.
Sorry.
So if you'd like to comment on consent items F2 through F10, please raise your hand by clicking the raise hand at the bottom of your screen. And there are no hands raised, President Fong.
So Director McCormick.
Sorry about that. Keep jumping that gun. Move to approve items F2 through 10.
Second.
All right, so that was moved by Director McCormick and seconded by Director Sheffield.
Director Lopez,
Aye.
Director McCormick,
Aye.
Director Sheffield,
Aye.
Director Manieri,
Aye.
Director De La Cruz,
Aye.
Director Close,
Aye.
Director Medina,
Aye.
President.
I think that was me. Aye. We're moving on to item G1, approval of the minutes of the regular board meeting held on October 28th, 2020. And I call for
Public comment on that?
no.
I didn't think so. So move to approve G1, approval of minutes of the regular board meeting held on October 28th, 2020.
Second.
And that was moved by Director McCormick and seconded by Director Manieri.
Director Lopez,
Aye.
Director McCormick,
Aye.
Director Manieri,
Aye.
Director De La Cruz,
Aye.
Director Sheffield,
Aye.
Director Close,
Aye.
Director Medina,
Abstain.
President Fong.
Aye. Thank you. And are there any board member requests for information? All right, that brings us to the close of this meeting for November.
President Fong, there are two information items. Number 4 is requested information from Director De La Cruz about elementary art education. And then number 5 is a request, I believe, from Director Sheffield. We have a summary of district enrollment, or one of you guys, summary of district enrollment to date. So thank you.
That's something that they can read off the minutes, right? Off the agenda, right?
Yes, yes, the attachments are there. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much. Everyone have a good night
Thank you.
and a good week.